Okay, welcome today. Full council meeting, Kaipara District Council, 28th of February 2024. We have some members of the public here who are presenting. Welcome. Welcome our staff. This is the first meeting we've had for a while. We've had lots of briefings, but our last meeting was in December, so let's shake off the rust. Apologies. We have an apology from Councillor Michael Howard, but he hopes to be joining us later. He's down south. Can I call for a mover for the motions for the apologies, please? Councillor Larson, seconder. Councillor Williams. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Second on the agenda is confirmation of the agenda. Can I have a mover for that, please?
Mover.
Councillor Paniora, seconder. Councillor Naya. All those in favour? Against, carried. Thank you. Conflicts of interest. I will declare a conflict for item 5.3. Is there any further people that have a conflict they want to declare today? I will be recusing myself for that item.
I mean, sorry, through the chair, do you not mean 5.3's decisions made under delegation?
That item on the agenda is the one that will be 5.3. It runs on. Decision on the rise. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. That's 4.2, not.
It's a little bit confusing in the agenda. According to me, it's 5.3.
We share what is the plan change for Moonlight.
Yeah, so that's what he's referring to, isn't it?
Line number 3 is the decision made under delegation for the review period, and it's plan change 83.
Right. Okay. I think I might have got that right. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Okay. We've got the public forum here. I'd like to welcome our speakers here, and the first one today is Brian Wright, Wellsford Citizens Advice Bureau. Welcome, Brian. Are you here, Brian? Thank you, Brian. If you'd like to come to the front and present. And his topic is Citizens Advice Bureau Mangawhai Service. Thank you, Brian.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian. I'm the chair of the Wellsford Citizens Advice Bureau. So why am I here? I'm here to tell you about some exciting new developments that we've got within the Citizens Advice Bureau, particularly the fact that we've opened a clinic in Mangawhai. Now, Citizens Advice Bureau, our registered office is in Wellsford, but our area stretches from as far down as Puhoi to the edge of the Bryn Derwins and across to Mount Toronto and everything east. I'm talking to you today about the East Kaipara District. So, in the East Kaipara District, what do we do? Well, we help people in your area to understand their rights and their responsibilities. People come to us, where else do they go? If they want free, confidential advice, they come to the Citizens Advice. We assist people by linking them to services which may be appropriate for them, more appropriate for them. For example, the Women's Centre. For example, home builders in Warkworth. We don't put boundaries in place. Just because someone's from East Kaipara, they get the full services of the CSA. We've got budgeteers working within our organisation, and they help people with financial issues. And we've got across New Zealand, believe it or not, we can tap into around 2,000 volunteers. We don't have boundaries. Yeah.
Yeah, not something.
So what does it mean? We're non-judgmental. We don't have any fighting. Don't care what people look like. Don't care what thoughts they've got. If they need help, they come and talk to us. And it's totally free for our services. No charges whatsoever. We're completely confidential. And even when we record client cases, we don't record identifiers about clients. So no names, no addresses. We're totally independent. from any influence of any other organisation or agency. We're not a government agency, we're independent. Languages, we can put clients in touch with volunteers across New Zealand. At any point in time, when this slide was done, we have 28 different languages that we could tap into. That varies. You get fewer, you get more. In Wellsford, for example, we've got Mandarin, Cantonese, and Hokkien, and Indonesian. And that's just in Wellsford. 2023, in the East Kaipara district, we actually provided services to 100 people, your constituents. And that's without advertising. That's without us having a campaign to say we're here. We're open in Wellsford, Friday, Tuesday to Friday between 10 and 2. And anybody's welcome to move from here to go down to Kaipara, to Wellsford for advice. And indeed, we've just opened a clinic in we do walk-ins, we do appointments, we do telephone, and we do email. So there's no reason not to make contact. Okay? So why am I here? I want to share with you, people of Kaipara and the elected representatives, that this is a fantastic service. It's a service that many people don't know about, and it's a service that we should be promoting. And I would like, from this meeting, to discuss with particularly the councillors interested in the East Kaipara district, any opportunities that we could explore together to further promote our services in this area. Anybody get any questions?
Can I ask you, Brian, your funding stream for what you do?
The funding stream, at the moment, we are funded primarily from Auckland District Council. And we get a little bit from COGS, and we get $3,700 from the lottery scheme. In total, our funding from Auckland Council is just less than 41,000 a year, which is not a lot. None of our volunteers are paid, nothing, no expenses, we don't get paid anything. We have one paid manager, and she is on 20 hours a week, and well, she works a damn sight more than that. Yeah, that's the funding stream.
Okay, any other questions?
Brian, are you ever short of volunteers in the satellite? So are they going to come from Wellsford, or you take it from Mangawhai?
Currently, we've got 2 residents of Mangawhai who work at the Wellsford office,
Okay.
but also stand in the TFI Trust satellite operation. But we also have a lady who lives in Langs Beach who offers her services to TFI Trust satellite. But anybody can volunteer, please. Anybody. It's not a sales pitch, but it is.
Councillor Lambeth.
It's through, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's through the Mayor. Do you have regional areas that have a responsibility looking after, or?
We have blurred lines. So, for example, we border onto Dargaville, but very often people in this region would not want to travel all the way up to Dargaville. It's easier to actually get advice from us. This week, I've worked from home this week. I've fielded calls from Christchurch. I've fielded calls from Porirua. So we are a broad church. If anybody needs help and one bureau is overwhelmed, there is an automatic transfer of that call to a bureau that's available. That's across New Zealand.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the Mayor. What is your main platform for advertising your service?
Good one, like it. Well, this is one of them, because that's why I'm here. We're not good at it. National Office are now trying to promote even further the services of CAP. And National Office are actually also talking to the government currently to try and get more support for promotion of our services. And locally, we're not very good. I've just got a brand new volunteer who ran his own advertising company. And I mean, it's a godsend to me. So as he starts to develop through his training, he'll be someone that we'll be relying upon to actually get out there and promote our services. We've got support from the Maharangi Matters. There's been an advert on, not an advert, but an announcement on FM radio in the past few weeks talking about our services in Walkway, but we need more. We've got to promote. People need to know what we offer. People need to know that that offer comes without any cost and without any compromise on confidentiality.
Thank you, Brian, for presenting. Yeah, we're very aware, as particularly in my role as mayor, I've become very aware of how difficult it is to encourage people to volunteer. We've had that affecting us with libraries and all sorts of things. So look, we really appreciate your work.
Yeah.
And we support it. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our public forum, we have Isaac Powell. And the topic is the recent rescue of surfer at the bar in Mangawhai and the shortcomings of temporary surf club infrastructure at Mangawhai Heads. Thank you, Isaac.
Yeah, so I'm a dairy farmer and I volunteer my time once a month to surf lifesaving for 2 days. So on Sunday the 18th, I went out and I was with Junior Surf and I was in the car park and Junior Surf had actually opened the container to our IRB and to the buggy, which was fortunate. And so I had a young guy come up and say, there's a guy that's injured his head on the bar. And so I quickly grabbed the person next to me and we took the IRB out. Some of the gear was locked away in other areas. So basically we scrambled what gear we could have to get out there to rescue the guy. And we got out and luckily we were able to get out there in time to take him up the harbour to the ambulance. If that had been on Saturday morning and we'd been down on the beach and nothing was unlocked, we would have had to potentially unlock 3 or 4 items to get necessary gear to get out there to rescue the person. And of course, that is a massive, time delay is key to actually not happening. We need to get out there as fast as we can, safely as we can, but fast as we can to help someone that is either drowning or in a bad situation. And so I can see after this event, I wasn't happy because after the event, I realised we're actually in a situation where someone potentially can die just from being out of temporary accommodation, containers, porta comms, and not having all that gear, which is in our clubhouse, which is one key to get in, and then everything's at your disposal and you can grab it within seconds. Where in this scenario, everything takes time because there are keys for everything, which is you need to get certain gear like radios. Radio then needs a waterproof case because you're on the IRB, which is getting wet. And so potentially afterwards, I spoke with my wife and I said, it's not good enough. I said, we need our club. We need it desperately. We are losing members because it's not nice being in the elements patrolling. The club gives us an elevated view to Tiari Point and it also gives us an elevated view to Bren Tail. And I also, a couple of years ago, I wasn't involved, I was patrolling. Someone was off duty up the top and they saw a board come down the harbour, down the estuary, and we sent an IRB straight away down the harbour and we picked up 2 boys that had come off their board. So I potentially see that there could be something potentially bad happen. And we're the ones that have to pick up the pieces, not anybody else. We're the ones that have to deal with it. And if we feel like that, we aren't going to have volunteers. We're all volunteers there. We do have paid guards during the week, but I don't think it's fair.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Isaac, do you have a solution?
We need the slip removed.
That's the trigger.
We need the slip removed as fast as possible so that our building then can be resurrected. We can't go into the building. We can't even patrol on the top deck to look out. We're not allowed anywhere near it because of the rocks behind.
So any suggestions, as I may continue on that line, Mr. Mayor, as to we've already received an estimate for about $2 million to fix that slip. Any thoughts as to where that money might come from?
Land developments happen. Each one has a rate, of course. I'm unsure, but you know, I know you all struggle for funding and we've got to keep costs down. I'm not in the Clubber region. I'm in the Auckland region because I'm at Terry Point. But I can see a problem. Got to fund it. Is the clubs, you know, is our idea the best idea? I don't know. I'm a farmer. My idea would be to bench it like a quarry, but you can't do that in today's world. It would be cheap, but it would remove most of that hill.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, thank you, Isaac. Look, we're really, as a council, aware of the issue. Like a lot of issues that we have come to us, they don't get solved overnight, but we are certainly cognizant of what we have to do in terms of making sure that it does get addressed. So I think that'll be as soon as possible. Any other questions? Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you.
It's not Isaac, it's Zach. I mean, my apologies, Zach.
What has Isaac? Zach is the next presenter.
Oh, it was Isaac, so I got that right. Okay, next presenter is Zach. Zach is the GM of the Surf Life Saving Northern Region. Welcome, Jack. Your topic is on the value and contribution the Mangawhai Heads Volunteer Lifeguard Service provides to our community. Thank you.
So go on to the next slide. Slide.
Yep.
Kia ora koutou. Welcome. Sorry, thanks for having me, and morning to councillors. My purpose here today is to outline the value and contribution that Mangawhai Heads Volunteer Lifeguard Service provide to the local Kaipara District residents, their local communities, and to the council. Over the last 10 years, the last long-term plan, the key metrics are listed here on the screen, but I will draw attention to two main metrics. One is the number of rescues carried out by the Mangawhai Heads Volunteer Lifeguard Service, which is significant in that 232 families had loved ones returned to them. And if the volunteer lifeguard service wasn't there, those rescues would have been fatalities, as outlined in the previous example, real life example from Isaac. The second metric I'll outline is the total patrol hours. That's drive 40,000 volunteer patrol hours. A significant contribution done on the back of volunteers keeping people within their local communities safe, but also extending out to areas like TRI. And we're now seeing instances of our guards being called further afield. Let's go to the next slide, please. I guess to provide further context for Mangawhai Heads and their service. It's been outlined the growing demand and growth in the area. I believe it's page 99 of your agenda today, outlining Mangawhai Heads in the surrounding areas being the fastest growing area within the region. The cost benefit of the service provided to the community can be measured in a number of different ways, one of which being the value of preventing fatality, sitting at 12.1 million. So if we were to extrapolate that figure by the amount of rescues executed by the service over the last 10 years, that figure is eye-watering. However, they do provide a cost-effective service. again, if we were to extrapolate the amount of total hours done by the minimum wage for a paid guard, that would account to over or just under $1.2 million. So these volunteers, this volunteer service is providing a really cost-effective way to keep the local community safe and providing a cost-effective service delivery for Kaipara District Council. There are a couple of rebuild bids in with central government. These are just for the facility, either the refurb or the rebuilding of a facility. And we're expecting outcomes to come through within March and April. Finally, the clubhouse is key. So we have examples where land tenure or the facility is uncertain, operational capability and the membership of those clubs deteriorates, and it sometimes needs central intervention to ensure that services is continued to provide safety for the public. Mangawhai is a recent example, but other examples include Kaitahi and Bethels. So as it's been outlined by the two previous presenters, volunteering is tough. The volunteering climate is getting tougher. And again, the clubhouse is key. Where that is not available, or where there is questions over the long-term future, that's a considerably more challenging task. So thanks for the time. Thank you for the audience today. I'll open the floor to any questions.
Questions for Zach? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Your two bids that you're referring to, how much are you seeking to do?
So one is through the Extreme Weather Event Relief Fund. That's the tune of $5 million. A second is through a direct budget bid for capital expenses to a similar tune of money. But this is just for the rebuild and not for the surrounding land.
How much, sorry?
$5 million.
And so you would get one or the other, would you? Or?
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Yeah, I mean, if the government were to give us two lots of $5 million for a facility, that'd be great. But I'm not sure that's how they work.
And is $5 million what you would anticipate cost for a full rebuild? Or?
For a full rebuild, that's what it is estimated at. However, that full amount might not be needed depending on what the insurance company would be. If they were to recommend a repair or refurb, then that amount would be used. But I think the key element here for the council to understand is this is just for the facility, not for the surrounding land.
Sure. And when do you anticipate that you will hear about those two bids?
March or April.
Close.
Yeah, so we have had further questions come from council around both funding bids, which is generally a positive sign that's being investigated further. But yeah, March, April is the time we've been given.
Right, thank you very much.
Question? Oh, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Just, I mean, you gave data for 10 years, 200 odd rescues. In terms of educating surfers, do you think the trend is going up or down in terms of rescues over 1 year, last year?
It's 1 year doesn't really tell you the fuller picture of what's happening in the community, but the numbers are trending up. More people are enjoying our coastlines, and particularly post-COVID and in a typical El Nino summer like Mama are experiencing, more people are enjoying our beaches and are staying there for longer.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Zach, for your presentation. Interesting. Okay, next on our list is David Wheatley and Jess Costello, current chair at Mangawhai Harbour Surf Lifesaving Club, and they'll present in person when their topic is in response to the direction given by council to dropping the hillside repair behind the Mangawhai Surf Club from the long-term plan budget. Thank you, David. And Jess.
So good morning, just a bit of an update from when Jess and I presented back in December. Click, please. So the first one is that the insurer has re-inspected the building 1 year after the first inspection. And the insurer has noted down the additional damage that has occurred with KCDC lack of action. Point number two, we still have further damage, a risk of further damage to the historic power site and the building. I'd just like to quote from your own document, the Reserves Management Plan for the coastal area. Objective number 4, to recognise and protect the heritage values, archaeological and geological features and sites of historic significance within the coastal reserves. The council will protect any heritage sites located on the reserve. So I'll repeat that again. The council will protect any heritage sites located on the reserves. It's been 1 year where you haven't done that. Objective 13, to work effectively with tangata whenua and the management of the reserves. I've reached out on your behalf to try to do that. I haven't seen any other members here do that. Number 3, the cost of repair is going up due to a lack of action. So we have one quote from the industry, which is now in and void, so the cost will go up on that one. And we have one quote which has only got a month and a half left. You've talked in the last couple of your own meetings about inflation and the costs going up. They are going up. If you've locked in the design, they don't have to go up.
Kia ora, I'm Jess. So my first point is we need the KDC to engage with us immediately, and we need to renew our lease. We're actually only currently on a month-by-month lease with you. And the longer, we need to lock in that longer term as per the rights of renewal clause in our previous lease. So we need to sign the license to occupy. Under the Reserve Management Act also, under Objective 12.8, it says uphold existing leases where these benefit the use and enjoyment of the reserve, leases such as the surf club. We need this to happen because we need certainty of tenure to our key stakeholders and funders, and of course to our club members. There is uncertainty what happens next season. We don't want our numbers to drop, and that potentially can happen as morale drops. We need to ensure continuity of our service. Our second point is we need the KDC to place the funding for the slip into the draft LTP today of the full amount of $1.9 million, ideally in year 1. And our third point is we need the KDC to work with us to resolve the slip urgently as a priority action. The KDC must work in partnership with us on any alternative options development, but these must occur with haste. We're concerned how long it will take to develop alternative options, and the building is deteriorating daily, and our operations are significantly compromised. We need to work in partnership with you to fix this problem urgently, and we need to be involved all the way through the entire process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you. David, is there any questions?
I may ask a question.
That's a no.
Mr. Mayor. I think of memory, this question was asked or not, I'm not sure. But have you looked at shifting this building or having a part away from the slip?
Yes, the option of shifting the building was part of the project scope, which was done back in December.
Is it the preferred option or
It's not preferable option, as it does not solve the damage to the power site. It leaves a derelict building which continues to have rock pushed down on it, and it costs more to both the ratepayer and to the owner of the building.
And have you considered a targeted rate, or that's our business, is it?
Pardon me?
Have you put a case for the people who use this to have a kind of option of putting a targeted rate to Mangawhai for the people?
I don't understand what you're saying, sorry.
Somebody else can explain, Mr. Morris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's a conversation we can take offline with.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or clarifications? Look, we do understand the situation, and we're not sitting on our hands, but as I said, it doesn't happen overnight. But we'll certainly engage with you and keep those avenues of dialogue open.
So it's been an option for you guys to include it in your draft LTP for the last couple of months as you've been workshopping it. It continues to be on a column where it's up to the elected members to put it in the draft LTP. Is there any reason it's not in the draft LTP?
The draft LTP is decided by full council, and we have to look at all our funding options. And we're still going through those, but at this point we are very strapped for money. That's about all I can tell you, I think, at this point. Yeah. So thank you very much for your presentation.
4%.
Okay. Confirmation of the open council minutes, 30th of December.
We do have another
Oh, we have one more. Oh, I am sorry.
Prompton who's going to join online.
Sorry, Bruce, didn't mean to cut you out. Bruce is talking about the targeted rate for Ruawai CCTV project. Thank you, Bruce. Are you there?
Yes, yes, I am. Could I introduce
Peter Flood?
Peter Flood?
Yeah, I'm on the committee as well.
Yeah, Peter has been driving this organisation, the CCTV project for the last 4 years, and he's got far more knowledge than I have about the practical side of it. I'm the chairman of the organisation, and I'm here to deal with the financial aspects of it with regard to the targeted rate. Could I read? I don't know whether it's been distributed. I did send in information about this. Could I read the prepared document?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. The RPD agreed to work under the DCDB about 4 years ago at a meeting in Ruawai Hall. This was before the targeted rate was implemented and was for the purchase of cameras for the Dargaville and Ruawai. It was felt that a combined approach would have a better chance of success for purchasing cameras and raising funds. This approach did not work out. The DCDB did raise some money for cameras, but none flowed through to the Ruawai project. This was reported in the DCDB newsletter. Constable Willie Panayora of Ruawai Police approached the DCDB about funding for Ruawai at this time without success. He then approached the RPDG, that's our organisation, and we raised over $40,000 for the CCTV system, which is now in operation. This money was raised without any input from the DCDB. From the start, the Ruawai CCTV project, it has been a standalone and has been funded by donations from local businesses and residents. Now, the targeted rate, which is what we're really talking about here, the RPDG did not agree to work under the Dargaville DCDB for the distribution of this rate. The agreement between the RPDG and the DCDB predates the targeted rate. The Kaipara District Council, it appears, have made a decision to transfer authority to the DCDB for the distribution of this targeted rate. The area covers Dargaville Central. Sorry? The area.
If you could just keep continuing, sorry for the interruption.
Oh, all right. The area covers Dargaville Central, West Coast and North areas. Also, all land that is located within the Ruawai Toka Hall targeted rate area. DCDB distribution of funds. There is a discrepancy between the DCDB and the Kaipara District Council on what the targeted rate covers. In a recent email, Sue Curtis from the DCDB noted the funds were for maintenance only. The KDC memo quite clearly states that the funds are for the ongoing costs, expansion and maintenance of the CCTV network in Dargaville and Ruawai. As the rate is for expansion and maintenance, including eventual replacement, it is important that the rating areas are kept separate financially and that the funds are allowed to accrue in preparation for future replacement costs. Peter has an idea of how long these cameras last. We have asked for a budget for the Ruawai Toka area from the DCDB. This is the reply from Sue Curtis via email. The targeted rate is for maintenance and ongoing costs only, so there is no gross annual income. The targeted rate also covers self-insurance in any case of the cameras being vandalised or damaged, but is not for the purchase of new or replacement of old cameras and equipment. In the opinion of the Ruawai, the RPDG, the current arrangement is flawed and unmanageable. The Ruawai Promotions Group favours a simple approach. Have the targeted rate split at KDC level and distributed through the Ruawai Toka Hall targeted rate. The RPDG is an incorporated body and must audit in accordance with the Incorporated Societies Act. In fact, the reply from Sue Curtis of the DCDB shows that the RPDG are being audited twice, once by the DCDB and also by the Incorporated Societies Organisation. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Bruce, is there any questions? Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, thank you, Bruce. That's awesome. There's a problem, it has to be solved. Can I ask you, whilst DCDB didn't do the job well, it has started 4 years ago. Did you write or speak to KDC about this mismanagement?
Yes, we have. Just a point of clarification. When we agreed to work with the DCDB, it was for the purchase of the cameras. It wasn't for the targeted rate. The targeted rate has come in since that agreement.
Okay. Did you receive any communication from KDC on that, written communication?
No.
Thank you.
No, we have contacted the KDC on several occasions, but they have referred us back to the DCDB.
Thank you.
Councillor Panerai?
Order, can I seek a retraction of the misrepresentation for the term mismanagement, because that there's no information to suggest that the Dargle Community Development Board has been mismanaging in any way.
I haven't suggested that they have.
Yeah.
But you've made the statement as an elected.
Sorry, if I may clarify, this is what the letter states that it was for. Sorry, let's not get in there. Thank you.
Yeah, look, it's a fair point that Councillor Panerai brings up a misrepresentation. So, yeah, we need to retract that.
Apologies. Thank you.
So let's move on. Any further questions of Bruce?
Yep.
Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, thank you. Through the Mayor, Bruce, have you got a business plan or a projected cost of what it would take for your whole operation to continue inevitably through the next decades?
Yeah, yes, Pete. I'll hand you over to Peter, who's got.
Thank you.
Yeah, the ongoing costs, which is basically the big one, will be the depreciation. And the cameras will last between 5 and 7 years. So we're looking at a revamp within that time. They've been operational now for about 3 years. Is that right, Bruce?
Yes, it's coming up to 3 years. Yeah.
And just a supplementary. And on that, have you got any projected costs, and have you worked out, say, from the Ruawai or Toka Hall catchment, whether what sort of amount would be required to keep it going, balanced with extra funding or donations? Have we got anything along that line?
Well, no, we haven't. We have had no information from the DCDB at all. I'll just reread what we've received. The targeted rate is for maintenance and ongoing costs only, so there is no gross annual income. The targeted rate also covers self-insurance in case any of the cameras are vandalised or damaged, but is not for the purchase of new or replacement or old cameras. And this does not fit with the council memo, which says that ongoing cost, expansion and maintenance is also part of the costing structure.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's something we could probably work on to find out how much money could be raised, and if your team down there could find out what your predicted budgets are ongoing, so we can make a good sound decision on it, I think.
Okay.
Good suggestion, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Morning, Bruce and Peter. I'm interested to know you could clarify, like, as an organisation, the Promotions and Development Group, do you have other external sources of funding? Do you do fundraising yourselves in your own right?
Yes, we do. All our sources at this stage for the CCTV have been local. It actually shows what support there is locally for this project.
But other than that, we have no fixed income coming in. We have to go out and approach businesses, and people have barbecues, have sausage sizzles, those sort of things for RPDG to raise money.
But if I could just continue on that, like, but what you're looking to do, you've already got the targeted rate for the hall, so your intention is to piggyback the CCTV cost operations onto that rate, so there's still a relatively straightforward. I'm just checking in with you. This is what you're aiming to do. Is just use that as a vehicle for collecting the CCTV rate, so you have more control over it, and also as an organisation be able to collect external funds should you need them for capital raising or whatever. Would that be right?
Yes, solely for the CCTV. And if we can have that fund and we know the amount, then we can, when we come to upgrade, which is another 2 to 3 years, we will know exactly where we are. And if there's a shortfall, we will go to the community again to help us with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. Sorry, so just adding on from that, but you also want so you want a separate rating area, but then you want that specifically for the Ruawai area. Is that correct? And a distinction between the Dargaville collection and the Ruawai collection?
Yes, there is a specific area for the Toka Ruawai Hall. So that's what we want that targeted to our area.
So following on from that, that would then mean that the rates from Ruawai residents wouldn't then be transferred into Dargaville either. That would mean that the benefit would go to Ruawai only. Is that
it's only the $10 rate that we're talking about.
For the installation of cameras?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just that rate, just that $10 charge that are on all rates or local rates for CCTV.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much, Bruce and Mr. Flood. We will have some give that some consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, now we can move to the confirmation of the open minutes. Can I get a mover for that, please? Manderson and a second to Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins. All those in favour, say aye. Okay. Okay, now we move on to 4.1, Mangawhai Community Park Master Plan Adoption of Draft for Public Consultation. Can I have a mover? Councillor Williams, can I have a seconder? Councillor Nile. Presenting the title was Tim Mannings here.
No, so it's Mark. Mark Schwers, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Mark's presenting it.
Presenting online.
He's online. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, through you, Mr. Mayor. Mark, if you could just intro your item, please. Yep. So I was going to take this report as read, but I'll give a brief summary. So the Mangawhai Community Park Master Plan, Mangawhai Community Park Governance Committee have prepared a draft master plan for the Mangawhai Community Park. They've brought this to council and asked that it would be adopted as council's proposed direction for the park and be put out to the public for full community consultation, and the opportunity for the public to make submissions and give feedback. The council, on considering that, considered that further changes would be needed before it was ready to go out to the public, and they asked the committee to reconsider and do some work on the draft. The committee have taken that feedback on board. They have made a key change to the draft master plan regarding being more open to commercial development in an area of the park. And now they're asking that the council adopts that as that draft master plan as their proposed approach for Mangawhai Community Park, and that they open it up to full community consultation so that the public can have an opportunity to make submissions and provide feedback. They've also asked that the Mangawhai Community Park Governance Committee be appointed as a hearing panel to review all of the submissions received and hear anyone who wants to speak to their submission, and then advise the council on what amendments might be needed to the draft before it is made final and adopted by council for implementation. So that's a quick summary of the report.
Okay, any questions of Mark?
Just,
Councillor Nana.
yeah, just, I'm not very aware, but I mean, it's a long document to read, but I guess the intention when the park was created, or it's owned by KDC, isn't it, the whole area? The intention was to have commercial development to with some, shall I say, footnotes to say that they should be of this type and that type. Are there any restrictions on what kind of commercial developments you can have alongside this area?
So, yeah, so there's no restrictions on the land itself. The land is held by council. Yes, there's no like reservations under the Reserves Act or any restrictions on the use of the land. So it's essentially subject to the district plan, the same as any other land held by any other organisation or individual. So subject to the district plan provisions. And this document is the master plan is essentially saying this is the direction we intend to take, and asking the community what they think of it. So what kind of commercial development is not made specific in the master plan, but it's opening the door to developments of a commercial nature and saying to the community, it's proposing to the community, would that be an acceptable thing to see in this area, and if so, what kind of developments the community could offer input on that as well, or we can look to a future proposal and future proposals. So if a club or a group or council were wanting to propose to do a development on the park, we would be looking to see if that's consistent with the master plan, and that would be a consideration then as to what extent we need to consult with the community.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Something really minor, but the table of contents doesn't actually match up with the pages of the document. I don't know if you noticed that. So just want to draw that to your attention.
By a page.
And assume it, even though we don't have the editorial note in the motion, I assume it can still be fixed. Okay, thank you.
That's saying we can fix, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any further questions? Okay, you can stand down, Mark. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have the mover's statement, please.
Yeah, a lot of work has gone into this draft plan, and it's great to be able to now hopefully go out and hear from the community on this. So that's where we're at now. I'm pleased we're at that position, and I support adopting this recommendation.
Thank you. Seconded statement.
Is it me?
I think it was.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now it's great to have something good happening in this large area owned by the council. In terms of consultation, I hope when we are looking at adjoining areas like Wood Street and all, we should look at holistic picture, because it does cover about wastewater plants, stormwater, and all those kind of options when you're having a development in this area. So I think it'll be good that the consultation is not pointed or limited to a few things, but it's a holistic consultation. So all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak?
Yeah.
Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's really exciting to see this plan coming to life, and you know, the different possibilities for the park, And as I always say, I really enjoy when we're able to go out for consultation and hear back from the community on what it is that they want. So endorse the recommendation for option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, movers right of reply, councillor Williams. Nothing further, right? All those in favour, raise a hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, item 4.2. Private plan change 82 Moonlight Heights. Council decision on provisions and matters raised in the submissions. Can I have someone to move this, please? Lambeth. I second it, councillor Nair. Thank you, Michael Day.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, elected members. The paper I'll take is read, and I'll just like to raise a few key points. Thank you. So private plan change 82 Moonlight Heights is a private plan change to rezone some 39 hectares of land from rural to residential at Awakino Road, Dargaville. Last year, Council delegated the functions, duties and powers to a hearings panel to hear and recommend on the plan change. The hearing was held in August last year, and the appointed hearings panel has now produced a recommendation report that includes to approve the plan change. So my report recommends that Council adopts the recommendations of the hearings panel and that the recommendations become Council's decisions on provisions and submissions pursuant to clause 1 RMA. Happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Michael Day, councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just concerned about one part of it in terms of information, and we did seek information on future provision of infrastructure for this development in terms of water, stormwater, and wanted to know capacity in terms of for this development. I haven't got the answer yet.
Yeah, so look, the key point here is that both the council's expert engineer and the applicant's expert engineer agree that there's appropriate ways of addressing any 3 water issues that would not preclude the application from proceeding. Council is obviously committed to monitoring connections to the wastewater treatment plant and upgrading it as required. Whilst the plan change ultimately proposes up to 350 odd dwellings, that will be phased over many, many years. And so short answer is yes, there's enough capacity in our current system to address any wastewater issues.
I just as a supplement here, may add, this is the same wording which was done on Mangawhai wastewater scheme, which was flawed in terms of that they have exactly the same language. All I am asking from the council is to give me a number, what capacity we have in terms of existing facilities, how many development we can have. I haven't got a number yet. I'm not asking how much more can we have or how they're going to be phased out. This is all wishy-washy. How many, if I have to develop today, what are the numbers I can go to? Let's say I have everything. I need that answer from you. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I mean, Michael's not going to be able to answer that question. It's not.
I have asked you as well.
It's not a question for this report, as a matter of fact. So we'll take this offline, Councillor Nair. Thank you very much. The report is slightly different, and the commissioners are recommending approval of this, and that's what's in front of you today.
But Mr. Morris, there is a straight line that KDC has committed to provide the infrastructure, and it's quite important for all of us to know that do we have infrastructure or not.
Sue, to help out here.
Sue.
Through the chair, just from memory, there's approximately about 300 connections prior to the Indian system coming on board, and the new system will increase the numbers.
I see that Juliana Nana will want to have a say on that as well.
Yes, just through you, Mr. Mayor. This was raised last week in the LTP briefing, so my team are working on it.
We are doing some work as we speak to provide the headlift. We've got some challenging issues with a particular customer, so once we work through those issues, we have an answer for council in the hand about a week or two.
Good. Okay, any further questions? Okay, you can stand down.
Thank you.
Mover's statement, councillor Lambeth.
Yes, thank you. Look, I haven't got much to say. This is something that Dargaville's been waiting for a long time, and yeah, the necessary steps have been made, and the planning, I believe, is there for that rollout period of those extra 350 sections. It's going to be the largest growth that Dargaville's seen in a good part of a century. So, what more to say? Let's bring it on. Let's get it going.
Thank you. Second statement, councillor Mayer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, any development in Dargaville is long overdue and sought after. So I'm not against that. But what I'm saying is, and what I'm concerned about is, we have history of failures, I must say, on our judgment, and I would like to have those mistakes not being repeated. We provide the promised infrastructure as soon as possible, so that the developers can be assured that whatever is promised is delivered. So all for it. Thank you.
Councillor, thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Baniora.
Thank you through the chair. Yep, so I endorse the decision. This is just a plan change. So there are other processes that still need to be worked through, such as resource consents and building consents, etc. Yes, Dargaville is well and truly in need of housing. We have a critical housing shortage in Dargaville. We have to get a move on. Really excited that we've got this amount of houses, and take my hat off to the applicants, the Williamsons, and providing this for the Dargaville district, and it will be there for years to come. Their willingness to engage in a really, yes, difficult, complex process. But I think that we'll get there in the end, and also good to see that there's been some mana whenua involvement, and their CVA has been, there's been regard given to those things that they've put in their CVA. So that's good to see, and that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Winston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as I'm concerned, we have a simple question to answer, like yes or no. And because the hearing panel handled all the tricky questions, and they came to this conclusion, and we delegate to them the responsibility for dealing with all the tricky stuff. And I'm glad that it was them and not me. So I'm happy to endorse this.
Thank you. Any further comments? Yeah, I'll make one. It's another step in the chain to get more housing into Dargaville, which is an exciting prospect. Movers right to reply, councillor Lambeth.
No, I think it's all been said.
Okay. All those in favour, raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Aye. The next item on the agenda is item 4.3, which is rescind application of sale proceeds to debt policy. The recommendation of the Corporate District Council rescinds the application of sale proceeds to debt policy. Would someone like to move that, please?
I'll get that.
So Paniora, seconder. Councillor Nair. Who's presenting this item? Anybody? Jessie.
Jessie online.
Yes.
Jessie's online. Thank you, Jessie.
Morning, everyone. To rescind the application of sale proceeds to debt policy. This is because we updated our Treasury policy in September 23, and the Treasury policy does now cover the application of sale proceeds to debt repayment. The relevant clauses from the new Treasury policy are copied into the report presented to you for your reference. And when we updated the Treasury policy, we simply overlooked rescinding the application of sale proceeds to debt policy at the same time. So we just want to make sure we don't have duplicated policies, and assuming you agree, our next steps would be just to update the policy register showing the superseded policy as rescinded. Thanks.
Okay, any questions of Jesse? Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification. So this was done for the Mangawhai wastewater plant date, right? The policy which we are resigning now was created specifically, and that debt is repaid, the general rights. And now we don't need the policy. You have taken the new amendment in the treasury policy, which means if we have to raise more debt now in future, it'll be covered by the new policy, right?
That's correct. So the policy will just say that we will always apply our sale proceeds of assets to our debt unless you as a council decide to utilize for a specific reason. For example, the Raupo Drainage Committee house that they would like to go back into their fund.
So it's the same story. Thank you.
Any other questions of Jess? Okay, thank you. You can stand down, Jess.
Thank you.
Mover's statement, which is Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, so this just looks like to be a tidy up and a procedural motion, so endorse it fully.
The second is statement, Councillor Naya.
Yeah, I'm happy with the policy being decided. It's just that I don't know the timing and the need for it to do it now. And I hope we will not need to make amendment in the treasury policy again for such reasons, future debts. But if it's just an entry which has to be deleted today, yes, all for it. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply, Councillor Paniora.
Nothing further.
Okay, let's go to the vote. All those in favour raise their hands. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is item 4.4. Elected member allowances and recovery of expenses policy. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Lambeth. Seconder. Councillor Vincent. And we have online, do we? We have Shireen Mundy. Thank you, Shireen. Away you go.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll take the item as read, but I just wanted to provide an additional general overview. So while this is a non-statutory policy, the Remuneration Authority, who is responsible for setting allowances and hearing fees in the annual authority's local government members' determination, requires all councils approved allowances for elected members to be included in the policy and for this policy to be published on every council's website. The draft policy doesn't constitute a subordinate instrument to the determination, but it also does not conflict with or override the determination. It provides, where possible, councils chose a policy approach to applying the determination. For example, the determination provides a definition of eligible travel time and the associated amounts payable. In this case, the policy merely states that the travel time will be reimbursed in accordance with the determination. Conversely, the determination provides some flexibility for council in how it may choose to provide, for example, ICT allowances. Kaipara District Council in its current policy and in the proposed policy provides laptops to all elected members of council for business use and therefore does not provide allowances for the use of a personal computer, and that's included in the policy. So in addition to the matters provided for in the determination, the policy also includes other expense provisions. So example, general expense provisions and conference type travel expenses and those kind of items. So, and finally, the policy also includes some operational aspects relating to how elected members can claim expenses. These are for transparency and consistency purposes and align with the requirements of the Remuneration Authority, the Local Government Act, Council's Code of Conduct, and the Sensitive Expenditure Policies. So those provisions include, for example, that expenses for elected members must be approved by the Mayor, and that receipts are required to support expense claims, and that any international travel, for example, by elected members must be approved by the full council. So, so as outlined at the February briefing, while changes are being proposed to the policy to provide more clarity and remove duplication, substantively the policy in terms of those examples provided and the other elements of the policy remain the same as the current policy in terms of how the determination is applied at Kaipara District Council. Thank you.
Any questions of Shireen? Councillor Paniora, followed by Councillor Nair.
Yes, through the chair, just on the statement that you made about the changes not being substantive, I would think that 8.2 is a substantive change and that it effectively bars an elected member from claiming expenses if they haven't submitted the report within the month that the expense was incurred. And I feel like that's a breach of the Act, but there needs to be some consideration around that because I don't believe that a policy can override the Act in terms of genuine, reasonable expenses that are claimed that are eligible under the policy. Because if the outcome of 8.2 means that if we have a council meeting at the end of the month, which we usually do, it's usually towards the final weeks. If we don't get our expenses in within, well, what are we, 28 in 2 days' time, because we have to. Oh, it says that it has to be within the calendar month.
Following the month which the expense incurred.
So you have that month to then to claim it.
All claims must be claimed monthly and must be presented at the end of the calendar month, following the month in which the expense was incurred, which would be this month.
Could you clarify that, Shireen?
Thank you, through the chair. No, that was an issue that was raised, and currently in the policy it is unclear. It says that expenses must be claimed within the month that it implies that expenses must be claimed within the month that they are incurred. And
well,
as a result of that, this clause was clarified to say that they can be incurred, they can be claimed, the claim can be made in the month following the month in which the expense was incurred. So if you have until the end of March to claim for expenses made incurred in February.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clarifies that. Thank you, Councillor Nair.
I have actually two questions. One is obviously raised by Councillor Pera, which I also agree. We should not be getting into a clerical exercise for an elected member on a monthly basis, and also increasing the work for the council to pay those bills on a monthly basis. I think it's a wasteful exercise. And my question actually is, there is something which is going on, which is out of the policy, and we haven't looked at putting it. If you look at 5.4, travel time and for travel within the Kaipara District Council boundaries on local authority business, unless authorized prior to by mayor. So I'm a member of Regional Transport Committee. It's it's a statutory appointment, and it has been going on before me as well. So no authority from mayor is sought once he is appointing someone to attend meetings outside the Kaipara district boundary. So we should make amendment on 5.4, excluding the statutory appointments, whereby you have to go to the meeting. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I recall when this came to the council briefing and this was discussed, the Mayor was quite clear that you are required to seek approval from me.
Oh, there are meetings in the council calendar. It's another wasteful exercise, and I object to it. Yeah.
So Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in a similar vein, please, Shireen, in relation to what Councillor Paniora has raised, and specifically in relation to clauses 8.1 and 8.2, is there any statutory requirement that we impose these limitations upon ourselves, that we must claim within the month? We must claim by the 31st of July. These are additional restrictions that we're choosing to impose upon ourselves.
Through the chair, yes. This is the policy. This is, as I say, there were no substantive changes made to the existing policy. and the expectation was to carry over those substantive clauses. So no, there is, to answer your question, no, council could choose to remove that clause. I consulted with the governance staff who processed the claims, and their recommended approach was to retain the monthly claim approach and clarify it. So that's why the clarification of the existing monthly claim processing has been carried over. So it's council's choice.
Thank you. So if these clauses said that elected members should endeavour to have the claims put in within that period of time, but that they don't lose their statutory entitlement to make the claim, would that still be consistent with the statute?
This is outside of the statute, so this is not inconsistent with the statute. That statute doesn't say anything about when claims can be made. The determination merely says that the dollar amounts provided for in the determination apply for the year in which the determination exists. So, council can, if council wishes to advise us that they wish to change the policies that elected members should endeavour to make their claims monthly, then the policy can be amended accordingly.
That's okay. And so if we were to go to clause 8.1, have you got that in front of you, Sherry? Yep. If we were to take the first sentence of 8.1, which says elected members can claim ICT allowances once per financial year, 1st of July to 30th of June, and were to continue and say, and will endeavour to make that claim by the 31st of July of the following financial year, full stop, and struck out the rest of clause 8.1, and then went to clause 8.2, which would then say, except for ICT allowances as provided for in clause 8.1, or maybe don't need that at all. If you just said elected members will endeavour to make the claims for all other allowances on a month, in the month following the time that the expense was incurred. So therefore we are setting an expectation, but we're not going beyond the requirements of the statute. Would that work from a policy perspective?
Through the chair, my recommendation would be it is making policy on the hoof in a council meeting can have unintended consequences. If I may say, my preference would be that perhaps the mayor and the deputy mayor are approved to make final changes to 8.1 and 8.2 in accordance with the discussions at this meeting, and they are provided the delegated authority to do so. And I can redraft those in accordance with your direction for your final approval.
Okay, well, we have a motion that's moved and seconded, so that would need to happen by agreement. Yes?
That we let it lay.
Hang on, look, I see you, Maris, wanted to come in here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do recall this was discussed at the council briefing, and one of the ideas that was presented to enable the ease of claiming was to allow an additional period of time per month to make that claim. What I said at the time, and I'm going to say it again, it is good, sound financial practice to claim in a certain period of time once the claim has been made. So, you know, that is good, sound financial practice. Don't forget also that your claims are audited every year by our auditors, and it's really important that they're up to date and clear. The other thing is we also publish your claims on our website for public transparency. So, you know, if you're late or continue late or do your claims at the last minute, then the public aren't aware of the cost to the ratepayer for that. And I think that public transparency aspect is actually really important, and people take that seriously. And also in the past we've had, I mentioned we've had historical claims whereby claims are made for a 3-year period, and that proved to be problematic as well. So, I mean, whilst we're not anticipating issues here, I'm saying that there have been issues in the past. as well. And so this is the best practice. However, if you decide today to throw in some ambiguity through this process, then that's up to you. I would say that Cherie's recommendation to delegate to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and CE the ability to make those amendments would probably be the best approach, given policy on the fly is difficult.
Councillor Paniwara.
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with the sentiments that I'd be happy for it to go through with the wording endeavour to in it, because I think that this is currently inconsistent with the statute, and it would be struck out. It would be struck out if there was an issue with a councillor trying to claim expenses after, after a couple of months and they were turned down, they would have every right to claim those expenses because it's a statutory entitlement. So we can't put further override the Act itself. If we put endeavour in there, then we all know that we need to put the claims in, within 1 to 2 months. And we all should be doing that now. Yeah, those are my.
Yeah, so Councillor Nairn.
Thank you, Mr. No, as I said, I concur with both councillors, and I would say 8.1, we can add the line. I mean, it's understood by everyone.
But we're at question time right now, but so that's your statement. Yep.
No, I'm suggesting in the questions, 8.1 can stay and 8.2 can go, and you can add that line that people endeavour. In saying even endeavour, sorry?
What's the question?
Question, can't we have just one? Can't we just have 8.1 and not 8.2? Because even putting endeavour, all I'm trying to ask is asking the elected members to endeavour. We endeavour to do everything transparently. In fact, that we are driving the council to do everything transparently. So, I mean, this is just unnecessary.
Okay, so that was your question. Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, you had a question?
Yes, I did, thank you. I would be interested to know what the impact would be on having to historically approve claims if they're not up to date and easily identifiable, for example, for the mayor to, or the deputy mayor to approve them. What's the impact of that, and what is the impact on staff having to do historic claims rather than up to date claims? And the final part of my question is, what would the impact be if we completely removed about an elected member not being re-elected? How does that work if someone comes back 3 years later and says, "Oh, I forgot to claim"?
Through the chair, I might ask one of my governance colleagues to respond to that question as well. As I said, the reason why the clauses have been drafted in the manner they have is due to the exact difficulties described in the question. So it makes it less clear and it creates confusion, but I'm happy for one of my governance colleagues who processes these claims to add to the answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, look, I mean, there's just a slight additional bit of admin whilst we would have, because we have to check your claim against the diary in the council meetings, that sort of thing. So that would just require us to go back and check it further. So I don't think it would be a huge increase in admin time to do anything like that as far as the delay goes. It would just mean we further find the information.
Councillor Larson.
Could I just ask you, Your Worship, do we have a motion on the table and who the mover and seconder are, please?
Mover is Lambeth and the seconder is Mr. Vincent.
Would the mover and seconder be happy to have this changed by agreement with the addition of the Part C as suggested so far by Shireen and the Chief Executive?
As a mover, that word must, I think we could even make it as simple as should. Just a simple replacement of that. It does encourage members to make the claim in a prudent manner, considering there are mileage claims and there are changes regularly on a regular basis, it keeps everything fresh. But you're talking about endeavour to rather than the word must. Is that right? Is that correction?
What's been suggested by staff is that we could add a third clause motion that says that editorial changes could be made to finalise the policy, but that would need to be. Would you like to speak to that, Mr. Maris? Just to clarify.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I can. So basically, with a motion on the table, you'll move it, there's a mover and a seconder. What Councillor Larson is suggesting is that you add a C to that with agreement of the mover and the seconder to say that the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chief Executive be delegated the authority to finalise the policy in full stop. And then all your feedback taken today can be adjusted and incorporated into the policy. So as the mover, Councillor Lambeth and Councillor Vincent, as a seconder, under the standing orders, you need to agree to that change.
Yeah, I'll probably agree to that more because it does encourage people to make it, and then it has that clause if there's a problem.
So thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Yeah, I am prepared to do so, like without enthusiasm, I must say. Because one reason why I was happy to second this motion was to actually reinforce in my own mind that I will have no excuse for being late with submitting my claims.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, then the mover and seconder has agreed to include that third recommendation. Alana, I think it's that the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chief Executive are delegated the authority to make my editorial changes to finalise the policy. That's the wording I'm suggesting there. That's been agreed. Okay. So we'll be back to further questions.
Any further questions before I stand?
Just my one question through the chair. I mean, just for the purpose of being correct, these meetings which an RTC member have to attend on it, how can we just get around it and say that this is authorized by the mayor? I mean, otherwise, every meeting calendar, you'll have to authorize it. I don't understand. It's
them all anyway.
You're authorizing it.
Have to authorise them all anyway.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Just one more question for me. Has an elected member ever been declined? Do we know? And a claim that was actually made outside the scope of the policy? Or do we just work around that anyway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did the situation I was talking about in the past about was a decline. Yes.
Okay. 3 years, that is 3 years late. Yeah.
Okay, no further questions. You can stand down, Shireen.
Thank you.
Mover's statement, Councillor Lambeth.
No, once again, I'm very much in the same mind as Councillor Vincent. It keeps things fresh and ongoing. It deals with any changes that are regularly occurring with whether they be mileage costs or alike. And it's fresh in the mind of clear recent memory, and it makes it a heck of a lot easier and streamlined to process it. So yes, 8.1, 8.2, I'm happy with, and the attachment of 8.3 for those unexpected circumstances.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I sneaked my statement in already. I'm happy to support the motion on the basis that I guess it leads to good practice and keeping us on top of our job. Thank you.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Larson.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. Yes, I think that for the administratively meticulous, having a mandatory requirement to make the claim within the month following the incurring of the expenses is probably fine. For those with many roles and less meticulous, it's one of the hundreds of things that need to get done. And under the policy currently written, if you missed that by 1 day, then your entire month's expense claim, which could have cost you hundreds of dollars in vehicle running, you would not be able to claim it, which I just don't think is a rational thing to bind yourself to an entitlement to claim it. Statute doesn't require you to operate within the month. One ought to make their best endeavours to get it in from an administratively robust process. But I don't think that the smooth running of that process should override that entitlement prescribed in statute. That's why I'm suggesting that we just straighten this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. So I just actually need to seek some clarification from the statement of the mover about an insertion of 8.3. Have I missed?
C, he meant C. He meant 8.2, CA.
8.2C, yes.
8.2C.
Doesn't H, does it?
Let's have it up now. The editorial change.
Are you talking about the addition to the motion, not the addition to the, not an addition to the policy? Okay, no, sorry, I just need to make sure I thought I'd missed something there and wasn't sure what I was voting on.
I think it's up there if we could say.
Okay, Councillor Mayer.
Thank you. No, I just, to be honest, we have had a good discussion, probably unnecessary in terms of mechanics of the banker every month while they're paying, but you get paid. I think we have to focus on bigger issues, which are like the consult doesn't deliver $60 million of projects.
Look, that's not pertinent to this discussion.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. We have put more time on that, but that's the thing we should focus on. Thank you.
Okay. Any further statements? Okay, movers right to reply. Councillor Lambeth.
No, I think we've done this today. Thank you.
All right, let's move to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Carried. All right, we're going to have a 10-minute break for a cuppa.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got item 4.5, selection process for appointing code of conduct independent investigators 2024. I want to change this recommendation and move more in line with option 1. So it would read, points the chief executive or their chosen delegate, Mayor Jepson, Deputy Mayor Larson and Councillor Lambert, the selection panel for the purpose of shortlisting code of conduct independent investigators list members. B, notes that council will receive the shortlist of recommended code of conduct independent investigators for approval at the March 2024 meeting. You want to bring that up? So I'll move that. Can I have a second, please? Councillor Larson. Is our reporting staff member on? Oh, it's all right.
She's multitasking.
Multitasking.
Very well.
Question.
So I'll take the report as read. So today we're asking for confirmation of the selection process prompting code of conduct investigators to the list of investigators. So earlier this month, Wright suggested an expression of interest process, which is now underway. That closes on the 6th of March. And then the next step would involve reviewing the access and presenting a recommended list of investigators to the March council meeting. So council has the option to let the chief executive handle the selection process. This is the staff recommended option. The alternative option is a selection panel, which has now been put on the table. I guess there is a concern with the panel option and that it might blur the lines a little. Keeping those lines clear ensures transparency throughout the process. All I'd have to say about that.
Any questions of Councillor Paniora, followed by Councillor Nair?
Sorry, I'm just trying to, I caught most of the amendment to the motion. So the question that I have is, how is there a clear separation between elected members that could potentially be the subject of an investigation and then the investigator that they've sat in an interview on an interview panel with and either recommended or not recommended and built a rapport with that investigator? How is that separation clear within the amendment that's been put on the table today?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, if I can. So we are not anticipating interviews or anything along those lines. We're anticipating that the decision will be made on the papers based on the applications we've received. So your point about a report being built is not there. It's based on their professional expertise and that they provide as part of it yet.
That's a no.
Thank you, Mr. I just have a kind of similar concern, but in saying that, what's wrong with CE just having it, the option, and why the member should get involved in finding out those people, which could be biased at some point. So historically, what about other councils? Do they have a panel to employ independent code of conduct investigators, or is it out of practice for the rest of New Zealand, other councils?
For you, Mr. Mayor. So, it is the duty of the council to approve a panel of independent investigators. That is the remit of the council to approve. So you have that approval level. How those independent investigators are sourced or found varies between council. What I'm used to is the CE doing it, and that's what the staff recommendation was. However, it is your decision. If you would like the panel to include myself plus elected members, then that's fine. But knowing that there is as Alana said, there could be a perception issue at some stage. But ultimately, you approve the list anyway.
Yeah. All I was saying is nobody is doing it. We are doing it. I don't think it's a good idea anyway.
That's your statement, councillor Larson, by councillor Paniora.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, thank you, Mr. Maris. Could you clarify whether or not the staff members can make a complaint under the Code of Conduct?
Only through the only person that can make a complaint under the Code of Conduct is the Chief Executive.
So can the Chief Executive make a Code of Conduct complaint against an elected member?
Yes.
And has that occurred in this council in the past?
In the past, previous terms? Yes.
It has, okay. So therefore, then would having both the Chief Executive and elected member representatives being selected on a selection panel for shortlisting not perhaps provide some balance in that both staff and governance can take these complaints?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I suppose the only difference being is that the elected members are the ones that will be investigated. The Chief Executive would not be. That's the only difference. Like I said to you in response to Councillor Nair, this is your choice. If you vote for this, that's fine. It was an option in the report.
Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
So the question that I have is around just trying to clarify the process, because yes, it does come back to council, but most of the decisions that come to council have pretty much already been made. We're just endorsing them, and there's very little wriggle room to change that. So we are still appointing only a couple of councillors who will be making the ultimate decision, and it goes both ways. So even if it's being received on the papers, then there's still bias around who's chosen to be shortlisted. Whether, you know, they're known in the community or they're known to some of the councillors is a real concern. So how is that going to be mitigated where it goes the other way in terms of the biases may be present in the councillors receiving and choosing the shortlisted candidates?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I'm not sure I can answer that question because, you know, the council is different.
Because he's the one that put up the amendment.
Look, I'll address it in my media statement, in my media statement. Any other questions? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. This process has obviously gone, you know, it has actually happened before. How many independent investigators would you usually like to, you know, how many would you see applying? So just in general.
So first time, sorry, through the chair, I've been through this process. Currently, we have about 4 applicants. It closes on the 6th of March. I'm hoping for some more. I think on the current list, I believe there's 6, but that included algae and their equip, which is no longer exists. So yeah, I guess sort of at that 5 to 6 and above mark.
If I could just add to that, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, I'm not too concerned about a number, although I'd like to have a higher number. It's more to do with the crossbreed of skills that are there. I have to say, with LGNZ Equip, they were a separate company. They were good and they were able to provide that breadth of skill sets separately, but we don't have that option anymore. They no longer exist. So, but I'd hope for more than what we currently have.
So, Chair, just one question.
You can have one more, yeah.
Thank you. Do these panel members get paid from ratepayers' money?
Absolutely.
So why we are having so many panels? Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify? We are required to have a code of conduct. We're required to have a process around investigation of complaints in the code of conduct, and we're required to provide, you know, payment for professional people to investigate those complaints. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So one last question to clarify. Thank you, through the chair. So just to get it very, very clear, the candidates will not even know what councillors are even receiving their applications unless they were to have a look at today's meeting or.
So can you,
So the candidates would not even know which councillors were going to be reviewing their applications, because the way it was explained was that they'll be received and then they'll just sit and review them on the papers. And besides that, the candidates wouldn't know that.
so through you, Mr. Yeah, I mean, it's a change to what we recommended, but there's no reason why we wouldn't advise them of the process that has been agreed at council.
Any other questions out there? All right, moving statement. I just think it's better to have 4 headers than one, because quite often when you look at applicants, there might be knowledge that's not in the room with one person. So I think it makes it more democratic. And like that, it still comes to council for endorsement. So I'll be voting for it, of course. Yeah. Second statement, Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I concur with what you have said, and I think that this does provide some balance in that the code of conduct allows staff effectively via the executive to make a complaint against elected members, and I have seen that happen before, and vice versa. So I think having a arrangement to vet the applicants and ultimately still come back to the entire council for approval anyway is a more robust process, and is in fact one of the options that has been presented to us by council. Reporting officer, in fact, as option 1, and the motion put up by Ms. Worship is consistent with the composition of the proposed panel as per the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins, followed by Councillor Pariora.
Thank you. I'm really hoping in the mover's right of reply that they will be able to answer Councillor Paniola's question from earlier. I don't believe it was answered, and I'm interested to know what that answer would be. In my statement, I guess perception is the key word that I've heard in this discussion. And I guess I'm concerned that there is a lack of concern around the council table about perception. I don't agree that the chief executive needs any assistance to carry out this work, and I don't support elected members being involved in the appointment process of the Code of Conduct independent investigators for the reasons that have obviously already been fleshed through in the questions, especially the ones that haven't been answered. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, through the chair, I concur with Councillor Wilson-Collins' comment about CE Maris being well within his ambit to be able to select and shortlist investigators. And from what Alana has said, we've only received 4, so I don't understand why there would need to be such a robust selection process, given that we've only got a few applicants. The only reason why I can see this is being done is for the select few elected members to pick and choose the investigators they think will make findings in their favour, and to demonstrate a perception of power over the investigators. There's a lack of independence as well in this process. I'm actually considering a code of conduct complaint against one of those individuals. So I'm really feeling like this is a very much a setup to try and wield some power over the investigators. That, you know, these are, for all intents and purposes, the councillors who hire and fire. Yeah. Otherwise, what is the reason? Why do we need to have a panel with councillors sitting on it, stacking the deck and trying to interfere in operational matters that we're not here to do. We're here as governors. And this specifically is a process around the complaints processes of elected members. So it's just totally unacceptable that we would insert ourselves into that. And if I was asked to sit on a panel that recommended I would recuse myself because there's a clear conflict there in the process. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. So, yeah, as I started earlier on, I think there has to be a clear distinction or division between operations and governance, and having a set of people without, they may have their personal prejudices in bringing I shouldn't say friends, but whatever panel they bring will be obviously biased. It could be used, it may not be, but it can be used as a tool to get rid of people like me who may be speaking too much. So I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Vincent.
Great, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Personally, I don't have very strong feelings one way or the other about this, so I'm not going to make a major issue of it. But to me, I think there's kind of a parallel with our parliament, which I was just looking, but I couldn't quite nail the detail. Parliament has a privileges committee, which is basically a committee of peers of MPs, I believe, who sit and adjudicate on the behaviour of their colleagues. And if it's our parliament is possible to do that, then I see that really it's not such a big deal for elected members to also be involved in the process of selecting the panel from which independent investigators of a code of conduct breach is selected. So I just don't see it's such a big drama. It is kind of an arm's length thing. So yeah, I think I've wasted enough breath on it. But thank you.
Councillor Vincent. Any other members wish to speak? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, look, I agree with what Councillor Vincent has actually raised, and the fact that it does come back to council. There is like a two-tier process, so I'm happy either way. I'll support this motion.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. I think it makes for a more robust process. I concur with what Councillor Larson has said. It's not about bias, it's about picking out the best skills and qualifications. I hope we get applicants, but I also hope that we go through the rest of our term and have a code of conduct free remainder of our term. That would be my hope. But I'll be voting in favour of my motion. Thank you. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. All those against?
Against.
Against.
I'd like my vote recorded, please.
Recorded as well.
Call division, please.
Councillor Lambeth.
I'm for.
Deputy Mayor Larson.
For.
Councillor Anderson.
For.
Councillor Nair.
Against.
Councillor Peniora.
Against.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Williams. For. Councillor Wilson Collins. Against. Mayor Jepson.
For. Okay, carried. All right, now we move on to item 4.6. The Waimatenui Farms Limited road stopping. Can I have a move of that, please? Councillor Nair. I'll second it. Thank you, John Burt.
Thank you, Your Worship. Morning, councillors. Through the chair, I'll take my report as read. Today we're recommending that council stop sections of road in a remote area of the district and sell that road to the adjoining landowner. This has previously been to a briefing in May 2023 and council was generally supportive at that time. The reason this report is coming to council today is the applicant has requested that council at this time pass a resolution before they have to incur significant expenditure on preparing a survey plan. Road stopping process is detailed in the report. It's covered by section 345 of the Local Government Act 1974. The applicant has consulted with local iwi and a letter of support has been provided and it's attached to the report. The land has been valued at approximately $620,000. The reason for the recommendation is that the land is not required to meet council's strategic objectives. I know at the briefing in May, some councillors raised concerns around the land, some of the land becoming landlocked, but council will have the opportunity to review the survey plan and to ensure that doesn't happen, and Lynn's would be doing the same. But I'm happy to take any questions on the report.
Okay, any questions for Councillor Maher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. One, obviously, on the valuation provided was 3 million or so. It's slightly half of it, but we are looking at valuation of. So I'll leave that part to you, but I don't know how to judge a big block of land which is not having any value. And the question is more related to what happens when, is it the first time we have sold in recent history?
No.
Okay. And what happens afterward once they get it? They can put pine trees, they can do whatever they like?
Yes.
You reckon that we will not need this land, it's a substantial piece of land, going for less than $1 million at some stage to buy back?
As I said, it's a very remote area of the district. The NTA, the team at the NTA have reviewed the application and they're comfortable that they don't see any foreseeable need for the land. You know, maybe in 100 years' time, I don't know, but certainly not in the foreseeable future.
NTA has given the.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Lambeth.
Yeah, I've got sort of three quick questions. Is a road formed? If it is it all the way or is it a paper road? The second question being that you said that some land will be landlocked. Do the owners of that landlocked land use this road currently? If that's the case, are they going to be allowed an easement through it?
No, what I said about the landlocked is that we would ensure that no titles were landlocked. None of the land is currently formed, and there will be continuing to be access into the forest along the Esplanade Strip, which will remain in council ownership.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Vincent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question, like if we're getting 80-something hectares of land, what are the rates implications?
Well, I think it's obviously start to incur rates once it becomes a rateable land. So I don't know the exact rate, but 80 hectares at $620,000 would have a reasonable amount of rates on it, you know, probably a couple of $1,000s a year.
So it could be a gift that keeps on giving.
That's right, correct.
Thank you. Any further questions of John? Okay, you can stand down, John. Thank you, Rick.
Yeah.
Mover's statement, Councillor Mayer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah. Any sale, even if on paper, you know, bring money to us, is welcome. And I think Councillor Mendelson once pointed out that we should look at this option of raising money where there are paper roads. So I'm okay with that and quite happy that, but I would have like to have more money coming rather than less. So we should endeavor to have some robust valuations, I think, at some future time. Thank you.
Okay, I've got nothing to say. I think it's pretty straightforward. I'll be supporting it. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, I recall this coming to council last year And I had said to Jacob, that it would be practical to, get in touch with, Te Roroa and, take my hat off to him for doing that, getting in touch and consulting. And then we've got a, letter of support here. So that's great, for them taking the initiative to do that. I'm also, happy with the provisions around ensuring that, some of the adjoining properties are not landlocked. And, this is good for council. We've got almost a 1%, rates, income, if you put it in those terms, coming in. And then the, ability to actually now, rate on those properties. So this is all around a, good thing, and I'll be endorsing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply, councillor Nair.
No, it's great. As I said, it's a good step forward, and it's good that the community has been consulted and AV has been consulted. So it's a thing which is going to happen. So good news. Thank you.
Okay, put it to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Welcome, councillor Howard. I see you're up online. You've come in, eh? We can see you. Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is item 4.7, road naming applications for approval. Can I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Larson. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Williams. And we have Debbie and Sue. Yeah.
Yes, Debbie's going to be leading this item. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the councillors. I take my report as read. I am seeking approval for 3 new names in the Kaipara district. One being Wai in Mangawhai being a private access way, Hill Lane, also a private access way off Squincop, and Pukiora Way, which is Hill of House in Mangawhai. And I did have one question through the chair and from councillor Vincent, and your questions have been addressed with the new draft that's been processed with Sean Baker, our new principal planner for the new road name policy.
To clarify, so the existing policies are probably good. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
So can we just clarify, sorry, because the recommendation says C, and I've just recognised that it says Pukiroa, and you're saying it's Pukiora. It's Pukiora, which is, we best get the.
Yeah, sorry.
Typo there, is it?
I just double check, sorry. Yes, there is. I'm sorry.
It's Pukiora.
Yes.
Okay, so that's Pukeora.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, with regards to the Jesse Trust item where that was being not appropriate to call it having.
Yes.
Was the applicant for you to change it to? Right?
Through the chair, yes, they are. They would ultimately like Avenue, but I have discussed that with them and they're happy to take away.
And through the chair, what we do is have a look at actually what the road looked like, and the trees weren't that far along the road, and they weren't of a size or stature that would normally think of an avenue.
Is there a definition for the difference between an avenue and a way, is there?
There is. So an avenue is a broad way with trees lining down both sides of the street, and it has an open access way at both ends, where this is very short and more or less like a cul-de-sac. And so way would be better. I have confirmed with LINZ or Land Information New Zealand that they would also prefer it to be called way.
Understood, thank you. Any other questions?
Well, the other road development, not kidding.
Okay, you can stand down. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councillor Larson, your statement.
You think your worship, particularly appropriate for these private ways to be named in a manner that the landowners would like them to be named? And they've obviously invested in these projects and have a sense of ownership and interest. So it's good that they can pick their names. Thank you.
Thank you. Second statement.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I concur with what Councillor Larson has said, and especially given that they're private access ways and the owners will maintain these roads, it's great that they get the names they want. So happy with all of that.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, just want to again say these are private roads not maintained by council, so they're well within their rights to name their streets as they wish.
Okay, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess going through this process requires a considerable amount of determination on the part of the applicants, and I guess proves in the end where there's a will, there's a way. Just had to share that.
I like it. I like it. Very good. Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say, maybe we should put some restriction on number of names because similar sounding names are causing havoc, both to emergency, fire, ambulance, the GPS takes them somewhere else. So I would say at some point we should say, well, you can't play with names so much. Let it be Victoria, Simon, or whatever it is. Again, thank you.
Okay. Any other statements? I'd just like to concur with what Councillor Paniora said. I think whether it's privately developed or developed to be handed over to council, sometimes people want desperately to be able to name it after, for example, our parkland down here, which we were going to call Ivan Ellis Park. It's very important that sometimes you denote association to the land. And for example, I did a subdivision where I live now and, with a friend of mine and his two children. One was called Ty and one was called Moana. So it became Ty Moana. I quite like the fact that you can have that personal aspect in it. And sometimes we don't understand why people use a name, but it obviously often has a good reason. Okay, movers right to reply. Councillor Larson.
Nothing further to say. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favour, raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Okay, next on our item is item 5.1, which is update on the work undertaken by Blair King, Kingston Infrastructure Ltd. Notes the report from Kingston Infrastructure Ltd provided as attachment A. Councillor Larson, move that. Seconder, please. Councillor Naya. Welcome, Anand. And Blair King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Your Worship, councillors. So the purpose of this report is just to provide a bit of context on the work that Blair has been doing to date, and I'll get Blair to talk through the report. I just want to put a caution note out there, Mr. Mayor, that some of this item does relate to a PEX item coming up later in the afternoon. So if we can just
be mindful about the confidentialities here. Yep.
So look, I'll hand over to Blair and we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Anand. I take the report as read. It's probably worthwhile just highlighting some issues and then opportunities. When you come into your network for the money you're spending, probably the most obvious is even as recent as yesterday, where you had Lawrence Road versus Oro Road. One road has a really good stone matrix showing through it. One road has a whole lot of slush through it. It's effectively the same metalling technique or heavy metalling technique. So for the residents, they're seeing very different outcomes. And for your roading asset, you're going to see different outcomes as well, because one with the heavy trucks on it will last really well. One will quickly strip out. When you look at the photos, Lawrence Road's in there. Again, they've, appreciate Ventia have actually this time put some check drains in there. If you look at a number of your water tables, they're quite steep on the terrain. They have not, as Ventia acknowledged, there hasn't been an item in there for what they call check drains, which are those little sandbag or little walls, stop the amount of scarring. Now, the more scarring you get in your water tables, the more it's dropping the tow out of the banks above them. The more those then you're just getting these underslips coming down. It's just little things that propagate into larger things. So the overall view of this report for councillors is asking you to effectively sit down with NZTA around your funding and see how you can shift from some of the things like the heavy metalling and that, the page screen, and shift that into doing some of this drainage really well, the basic maintenance really well, and get your asset to a standard where it's starting to become resilient again. At the moment, I see very little resilience in your network. It takes one logging effect, one storm event, one this, and your costs just continue growing out. So what I'm suggesting is I see there's a path that you could reallocate some money, sums in renewal, for example, make an informed decision around what the impact of that would be, and go from there. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions. It's a good report. First of all, thank you, Blair. It says that it's part of the MTA review under acceptance with Frank Aldridge in summary.
Part of the overall 17.8, yes.
So as you have pointed out, and we all know there's a problem. We know there's a problem of blocked culverts and optimal delivery don't have. Tabling is not there, grading is not there. This is what all the ratepayers say, and that's what you are saying. You also mentioned that there is about 300 or odd numbers of items in RAM which are unapproved. You mentioned. So this is a failure on the part of NTA. Obviously, they have not approved it. It's not failure on the part of Ventia. That's the question I have.
So if your question is because something is in RAM and it's not approved, is it the fault of the NTA? I would say it's more, it demonstrates a lack of collaboration, cause and effect between the NTA, Ventia, and coming back and giving a NIN or council the ability to make an informed decision.
Exactly.
You had 340, and admittedly, those ones there, that's in RAM database, but not necessarily on your, so there's a crossover between what we're finding in far north here, etc. What I'm asking is that as someone external, I would expect the council to be given that option and say, hey, that's about $140,000 worth of work. You really want to crack and get rid of this 140,000? And probably the council's going to say, yes, we would like to deal with that.
Yeah.
But this is the sort of thing. And then if I could use the grading one as an example, there was a question about stopping grading. Well, it lit up on Facebook, and Far North has been a media release about stopping grading.
Yeah.
Well, it lit up on Facebook because the rains came yesterday and where's the graders? And of course, the network's starting to fall apart. So normally what would happen if you were going to do something, you would explain the effect on the network if you didn't do something. But it's not that. It's just often you're told there's no budget. But there's then a problem that the budget required to fix because they didn't do this little bit over here is much larger than just doing that.
Yeah, so there would be a better delivery model proposed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks, Blair. Great to have this report, and I think it highlights issues and deficiencies that many of us have probably raised over a long period of time. So good to see it sort of in this form. Just a couple of questions with regard to this page green aggregate. Where does it come from?
Honestly, not sure of the quarry. I think, and again, I'm looking at it from a site visit I did. I know Ann's been in those same roads, but Orofaro, when I looked at that road, that reminded me of a builder's mix. It had a good stone aggregate there, and then a high clay fraction, which is effectively binding everything together, and then a good crown giving it shape. So when you stood there, you saw good stone mosaics, poking just the tops, poking through like icebergs, just the top, and this clay. So as a solution, that will work. When you go into Lawrence Road, it was like looking at someone's slushy poured out on the road. The driveways are all filled with this slush, the water, everything was basically going in. So the page green as a high clay source on that road didn't seem to have any stone matrix. It was just, yeah.
What I'd like to determine, if we can have something come back to us, is, you know, what is the cost per, assuming that your conventional Atlas aggregate is you think that the same tonnage and or cubic meterage achieves the same outcome on a road, metre per metre. What is the cost of actually using this page green? If it's coming from some far-flung location and being brought all the way over to here, are we actually getting a decent outcome out of it or not? So if I can leave that with you, I'm interested to know what it's costing us per. I guess it's cheaper in some places close to the quarry and more expensive than others. That would be interesting to understand. What happened at Horoforo Road, I heard from a person, was they're suggesting it's overcrowded and the trucks were having difficulty going on one side of the road for fear of tipping over. I don't know whether that's true or not, but that's what anecdotally we heard.
Okay, yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we will come back, and Blair and I are also looking at the whole of life cost of the road in terms of its longevity.
Thank you. And just one second question, if that's all right, Your Worship. With regard to the point that you made about the matter being raised that there's not enough funding, is that being raised in the context that there's not enough funding in the way that it is currently allocated, that there is funding if we wanted to prioritise things and be more dynamic in reallocating as we go along? Would that help us fix some of these defects?
That's the recommendation back to Annette, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Lambeth, followed by Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Greetings all. Thank you, Blair. Excellent report. And I think many of us are still learning about this whole roading matter. Councillor Larson has just asked one question that I had, so that's cool. The other one, if I interpret what you've said and written correctly, I think you're saying that fundamentally, potentially over a long period of time, there has been a lack of connection between NTA, contractors and the council about connection, dialogue, about the proper or the most beneficial outcomes for our roading. Would that be a correct interpretation?
That's the fair summary of my report, yes.
Yeah. So in this, so we can move quickly to look at ways of getting better bang for our buck, so to speak. And I think that the other question I've got is related to page 253 of the whole document, which is the photograph of the limestone on the side, on the left-hand side of Kames Road. Now, I know of situations where the locals actually told the contractors, because I'd say don't do that, when they were doing it. Do you see many other instances of exactly the same wastage throughout our district?
Yes, I've tried using specifics in the report rather than anecdotal.
Yep.
But as an example, Kames Road, when I asked for the actual cost of that work, what was invoiced, what was there, it is extremely difficult to get that information. That is what I'm saying, is that lack of interconnected between the contractor, the client, and the engineer to ensure you're getting a good outcome.
And so therefore, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just one following question to that. Is it a requirement in the contracts with the likes of Ventia for them to easily be able to provide that sort of information?
Ventia have excellent systems on tracking their costs. What I'm suggesting is they are being treated basically as effectively someone who doesn't have the smarts to work out the best way to do something. So it appears very much this is what you shall do, this is how you should do it. They measure all that, but it is not based on an outcome. So while they have good measurement of the cost, it's just not aligned to when the council sets outcomes, for example, in the LTP, they're saying that we want to achieve these things. But on the road, it's almost like do 3 widgets here, 2 widgets there, but it's not assuming is that going to produce value for money.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lambeth.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a look through your report and these photographs and the road names. We could go through 100, 200 more roads and we see exactly the same thing. So this is just a snippet of some ones you've investigated. I'm going to ask about this green cap, or what do we call it? Page green?
That's the name. That's not my name.
Yeah, no, this is the first time I've heard this, so excuse my ignorance here. So there's a road out west of Dale, or southwest of Dale, I'm pretty sure you'll know it, called Mount Wesley Coast Road. You used to travel a lot. Now, I saw that composite being put on top. I saw the amount of machinery expenditure that went into it. I look at that road now and that is breaking apart. It's broken through that surface. It's gone down to clay through lack of maintenance. I can only see the only way back to get it back to what it was is to go through all that maintenance again. Have we done that costing? Because if we're going to do this every 2 years, is this a sound business practice or is it destined for failure?
So, but through you, Mr. Mayor, that's the analysis that Councillor Larson has asked for. So
yeah,
we'll do that.
Yeah, because it's very, very obvious here. You can actually see the capping and it's just broken away and gone to clay. Yeah, so, and then it's a close one that you can examine, but yeah.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for your report too, Blair. It's very readable and it's very helpful. It seems to me, and I think it's in line with what you were saying, is that we have a history of we don't have the money for taking preventive actions, and we haven't got enough money to fix the, I think of the polite word, fix the things that have gone wrong. I come back to water tabling. In the reports that we get regularly from our NTA people, they report on the number of kilometres or other metres of water tabling that's been done, and I'm thinking, okay, so we've got maybe, I suppose the focus is the unsealed roading network in particular here. We have got, I don't know, 12 kilometres of unsealed road, so double that number for potentially distance of water tabling, and we're doing 10 kilometres a year or whatever, and it's not sustainable. Is there a number that we should be working to and feeding into the priorities, like in terms of preventive actions? I mean, it's great to reference to cleaning culverts, but related to that is the roadside drains that feed into those culverts. So is that part of the solution that you see?
Through you, Worship. What we're asking Councillor to do, one, talk first with the contractor around, if this is our budget, how would you best use that? As opposed to give me a unit rate per metre of water table, because that's not telling you virtually anything. If you start from a fixed number and say the contractor, which is virtually how some of the drainage districts work, Ruawai drainage district, etc., they know their number and they partner with the contractor to basically try and deliver as much as possible within that. Then from there, work out what are the sort of actions they can take. Like, is it spraying? Is it digging it out? Is it culverts? But in a way, the contractor is going back to that ownership model that the council was originally starting with.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. You can stand down. Councillor Deputy Mayor Larson, your move a statement, please. Struggle to your chair, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Really excellent work that's been done here by and it really highlights and confirms, I think, matters that a number of elected members have been raising for some time. It's really great to be getting this focused reporting on these issues rather than just running around putting out fires all the time. And that's a really good roading strategy going forward where we can actually fix these things. And one of the things that comes up is quite regularly is where you get what appears to be a perfectly good sealed cul-de-sac that's getting programmed maintenance done to it and being resealed, which obviously there is relevance to needing to do that from time to time. But then we have such horrific other issues which are being ignored, and I think that's one of the examples where more dynamic reprioritisation of funding can occur, where maybe we can get a bit more out of a sealed road in reasonable condition. Some of that money towards much more urgent works, which ultimately might save us a lot more. I've seen it quite a lot where we have cracking in the shoulder and nothing's done because there's no budget, and what could have been $1,000 fix-up becomes $100,000 retaining structure issue. Great to see this work, and I look forward to it going ahead and fixing our roads. Thank you.
Second statement, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a good report, and as I said, concur with Councillor Larson, save my breath. But in terms of recommendations, there are quite a few to council. There are, the one which they would understand anyway, that they need a clear program of culvert clearance. I quite like number 4, requiring 50% cost share with private landowners, and I do believe where we fund the farmers or they can take care of their stuff. But how to manage it, maybe drainage committees. But in saying that it's a good move forward, has to be taken further than just the report. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Look, I'd just like Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I'd just like to say it's a brilliant report. All of the recommendations, I think, are brilliant, and we need to take this forward and not just have this report sit somewhere and nothing happens. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? So, I'd like to thank you for the report. I actually feel like we're getting somewhere after quite a long time with identifying some of the directions we have to take. I mean, I just look at page 254 here, where you've got a picture of a concrete driveway where the water's scouring around the side of it because it hasn't been done to prevent future damage to the road, you know. So we've got a review going on of our engineering standards, so that sort of stuff's really important to identify. Because sometimes it's the simple things that no one thinks about that a roading engineer such as yourself can see, but we don't. It impacts big time on the road in the future. And I take note of the fact that it's so important with the 45+ million we spend on our roads, which is our biggest cost. It's so important to try and get the best bang for the buck, but not only the best bang from the contract, but also identify where we spend the best bang, And I think the report's a really good indicator to help us go forward on that matter. Thank you very much. Movers right to reply, Councillor Larson.
Another further thank you.
All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Next agenda item is externally funded projects update February 2024. I'll move that report is noted. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nair. Oh, it's Helen. Hello.
Yes, it is.
I did have your name at the top too. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't fully take the report as read. I'm hoping you have all had a chance to have a look at it, but given it's the first one in the new format, we will just go through a little bit of it. So the focus this time around is to make sure we give you a view of all the capital projects that have received capital funding, external funding from various sources. So we just explain those sources that we've talked about before, also talk about what the latest rounds of those funding are. So we'll keep doing that. So that will be continual information that comes through to you. Just from a context perspective, so the big table shows everything that we have got funding for at the moment. I know that you're used to seeing the project status reports for those things that are in the construction or execution stages. That will continue. It just so happens that this time there's no change from the ones from December because we haven't actually had another round of updates for those yet. So just December, January sort of things. You will continue to get them. Below the table, I'll continue to put in commentary about things that have changed for items that are not in that stage. So it'll be the same information. You'll still get commentary on that. So the table shows, which is obviously the largest portion of this report at this stage, shows what the project is for, where the money's come from, and any agreed changes or anything like that. So it will focus on the project budget. It's not looking, one of the things that I think was confusing in the way we were reporting previously was we were trying to put a financial year focus on it as well, which was, which a different lens when you've got multi-year projects, and a lot of these externally funded ones are multi-year projects. So if in this report we keep the project total focus, then there's not going to be some of those financial questions that came through about what do we spend, why does this number not add up to this number? It's because they related to various different periods and things. So that's what we'll keep the focus on in this report. So yeah, as you can see, there's a large amount of them. In the table, I've greyed out the line for the shared paths in Dargaville that is now not going ahead. And I will remove that from the table next time around. So you'll see a rotating or a rolling thing. So if we apply for funds and are successful, I'll let you know what we've applied for, and then we'll update the table for any new applications that are successful, and we'll remove any where funds, for whatever reason, no longer exist. Any questions?
Councillor Nair, followed by Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of probably there are two items in the initiation stage, and I thought they have moved a bit further. They are down the list. It says TBA initiation and initiation. Awakino River mouth cleaning. That's the one which we have the funding, $500,000. So why is still initiation? And same with the beach road culvert. That was also the flood thing. And we have the funding and it says initiation.
Yeah,
it's over a year now.
So for both of those, for those items, so the Awakino Rivermouth was something that we had not known whether we needed to fix or whether NRC were going to deal with it, because it is a river management issue at that point, because the biggest issue that we've applied for is to clear the silt banks at the mouth of the river, because that's what prevented water joining the Wairoa and flowing through. So that was something that took a little while. So yes, we did know about it, but it was not a planned activity until NRC decided not to get involved. And so we've now, so now that we've been successful, we're wanting to bring NRC back in, because they're the people with the river management expertise. So I am waiting. So I've sent the information to them and they know that we've got the funding. And now I'm waiting for confirmation from them that they will actually guide this with their expertise, even though we will do the execution and fund it based on this external funding that we've got available. So that's the Awakino Rivermouth. Beach Road Culvert only came to our attention late last year as an issue, as a serious enough issue to require significant funding. There had been consideration given to repair or just changing the channel a little bit to allow the water to flow differently, but it was resolved that was determined that was not going to be a sufficient enough solution to actually support the businesses at the end of that road, basically.
Thank you, but I can suggest having better coordination with NRC. 1 year of discussion, who does it? We have sitting on the money. I think we've only
received them. We've only been confirmed about the monies in January. So we are progressing, and we will continue to progress that. So by your next report, that should be practically in construction, we expect.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Livingstone?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This thing's a bit, I might be a bit late coming to the party, but the $8 million cycle network connections project, it's a real shame just to put a line through it at this stage. Might be, is there any possibility that we might be able to start to fund that as a multi-year project through a targeted rate, paying for a loan to finance it?
That would totally be a discussion for the LTP capital stuff. This, from purposes of the externally funded, we no longer have access to that external funding, so that's why it will come off this list. But if you want to consider that project in light of the LTP.
Just floating out an idea that had occurred to me to see what response there might be. It might be too big, but it's just something that's, you could make it into bite-sized pieces potentially.
Thank you.
Well, if you may.
Councillor No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just occurred to my little mind or little brain. So somebody did mention that you cannot apply for it again, but I'm just thinking with the new SURF and all those funding, why can't you just, it's a shovel-ready thing. You have it. It's footpath, it's infrastructure. So we should apply it.
So
get it or not is another story.
Correct. So so we can't apply to SURF again because we've been declined. So that fund is now closed to us. It doesn't mean to say that we can't seek other external funding if it meets the criteria.
Thank you.
So, and we will continue to look for external funding for this this whole district. Because as you know from your LTP discussions, we need it.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ellen. You can stand down. Mover's statement, which is myself. Yeah, thank you for clarifying all these opportunities for funding that continue to go on. I see it's a large proportion of our funding, so we have to be sharp and be ready when we have opportunities. So looks like we're doing the job there, I would think. Councillor No.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm very happy that at least we know where we're heading. So we have a list of projects funded externally, and I would like to see stages move on to implementation slowly but steadily. So good way forward, and best 46 million. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, me was right to reply. I've said all I was needed to say. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carried, and we will break for lunch. What, half an hour?
Half an hour there, so 1:15, Councillor Howard, right there. In Sarah?
I will.
convene this Kaikoura District Council meeting, 28th of February, post lunch. I have to recuse myself from item 5.3 and 5.4, and I'll be handing the chairmanship to Deputy Mayor Larson for those two items. Thank you.
Not sure, I'll check.
Right, thank you, everybody. Moving on to the next item. Decision made under the delegation of the 2023-24 summer recess period. We've got a recommendation there. Someone like to move that? Yeah. Councillor Vincent has moved it and Councillor Williams has seconded it. Thank you. And over to you, Alana.
Thank you, through the chair. So the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Lambert were granted the authority to make decisions on behalf of Council during the recess period, which has officially ended at the start of this meeting today. And under this delegated authority, there was one urgent decision that was made, and that just now requires Council's formal acknowledgement. That decision that you are noting here today is the appointment of commissioners hearing on private plan change 83, the Rise Limited, and that was approved by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Lambert. And the report can be found at attachment A. And that's all.
Thank you, Alana. Does anyone have any questions?
I have two. Yeah.
All right, so Councillor Paniora, then Councillor Naya.
Thank you, through the chair. So the question that I have regards the process, I'm unsure why the Mayor has signalled a conflict. I assume it's some sort of interest in the Rise plan change. So in that regard, my question is, how is he able to make a decision to delegate power to the Deputy Mayor and another councillor as a starting point when he's conflicted? Would it not?
Chief Executive Maris, you'd like to?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Acting Mayor. So an leads member, when declaring a conflict does not have to say what that conflict is.
Exactly, yes.
To declare the conflict, right? So the Mayor's declared a conflict with this item. When it comes to the decision made by urgent decision, the delegation that Council agreed was the Mayor or Deputy Mayor and Councillor Lambert. So in this instance, the Mayor declared a conflict and the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Lambert, made the decision.
But
He wasn't
so
involved.
the question that I have still remains. So given that they used the delegated power for something that the Mayor is conflicted, then his decision as part of the delegation shouldn't have been made.
He wasn't part of the delegation.
He was part of the decision to, the council decision to then delegate to himself or the two others. He was part of that decision, so he has
Can I
a
clarify?
hearing.
Are you talking about the urgent decision-making process? That was
Yes.
pre to the council meeting?
Yes, which he was part of that decision, and now he's part of the chain of the decision, but it's turned into the actual decision itself as a conflict that he had to step out of, so he's had hearing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can sort of back the truck up a little bit. So in December, council agreed delegations for urgent decision making over the recess Christmas period.
Which he was part of.
Yeah, so that was the Mayor
Point.
or Deputy Mayor plus Councillor Lambert.
But he was part of that decision.
Which he's entitled to be because the urgent decision could have been about anything.
But it was specifically about a decision where he's conflicted.
I know. The urgent decision process was set in place in December to cover any urgent decision that was required over that Christmas period. It could have been more, it could have been a lot more decisions. As it happens, there was only one decision to be made over that period, and the mayor reflected the fact that there's a conflict. We knew there was a conflict, so we went to the delegation, which was mayor or deputy plus councillor Lambeth. So the mayor was not involved in this decision. Like when the decision was made for delegation, no one had any idea what reports could be made under that delegation during the Christmas period.
Sorry.
Councillor Naya, your question.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor, I have to say. Is that what was urgent? Why it has to be made in December holidays?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we followed the Hearings Commissioner policy, which you all approved, and we are required to organise the hearing prior to coming to the council seeking the appointment of the commissioners. So everything has to be tied up in tickety-boo before we come to you. Now, we couldn't do that at the last council meeting in December because of the timing and because of negotiations with the applicant and all that sort of carry on to get the experts all lined up, etc., etc., etc. It's most prudent, as far as timing goes, to ensure that once we have that lined up, we get a decision made, so there's certainty, so that the community can know when the hearing is going to be in the process. That's why it was urgent. If we waited until now, we still wouldn't be anywhere forward. So it's actually a way of making sure the process continues efficiently.
Second question, can we bring up,
Nora?
thank you, sorry, through the chair, can we actually bring up that motion, because if my memory serves correctly, the motion was around in the mayor's absence, it would be, the powers would be delegated to others. It wouldn't be in the absence of an ability to make a decision due to a conflict of interest, the powers would be delegated to other councillors. So again.
Sorry, can we just clarify what do you mean by that? What's the question there?
So can we bring back the original motion? Because the original motion was around his inability to make decisions during the summer period and it going to other councillors. It doesn't stretch as far as to say that he can make a decision about a conflict and then defer it to put my question another way, he's used the process of delegating in necessity circumstances, in emergency circumstances where he's not available to make the decision, and he's actually transferred it to others because he deems himself conflicted. Is that what we're being told now? Because that's outside of the range of the motion that we passed.
I don't agree. I don't think with what you're saying. The council, we can bring the resolution up, but basically the council agreed that any two of either the mayor or deputy mayor and councillor Lambeth were able to make decisions on behalf.
In his absence, if he's not able to be, let's bring up the motion, because I'm going to stand by this point that it wasn't to be used for other processes where there's a conflict of interest.
So what would you have had to do instead to actually be part of that decision? Sorry, Mr.
Well, so I think you
know he had a conflict of interest, that he should have actually made a decision on it and created the conflict of interest.
Well, it would have to come back to council.
I get the point.
The decision would have to come back to council like the board. Can I?
Chief Executive has got something to.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Alana. This is what you agreed. Delegates the power to make urgent decisions on behalf of the council or its committees between the last scheduled meeting in December and the first meeting of council, blah, 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 in 2024 to any two of either the mayor or deputy mayor and councillor Gordon Lambeth. B was in the event the mayor and deputy mayor are both absent at the same time, delegates the power to make urgent decisions on behalf of the council or its committees to councillors Rachel Williams and Gordon Lambeth. So in this instance, the one that you're talking about here, two of them went absent. Councillor Larson was available and Councillor Lambeth was available, and they made the decision appropriately under that delegation.
So why was the mayor unavailable to make the decision?
There's a conflict.
But this.
It wasn't part of the decision-making process.
But this wasn't there to circumvent conflict of interest.
It's a normal sort of decision-making. If there's a conflict.
Situations where he's not available, not where he's not able to make the decision. There's a very clear distinction between.
I think you're incorrect. I think you're incorrect here. I believe that the proper process has been followed in accordance with that delegation. The mayor had a conflict. The deputy mayor and councillor Lambeth rightly made a decision under urgency in accordance with this delegation.
Okay, thank you. Well, we've had a fairly robust response to the question from the Chief Executive. He's given us his professional advice. Councillor Nair, do you have one final question?
Well, just a clarification on my point. I mean, she raised a valid thing. I have a similar thing. But we are all for transparency. We are not for just getting done. So I would like to be very clear in terms of the process. Was it a statutory obligation that you have to make the decision before the holidays or between the holidays? Was it a legal thing, or was it a moral thing, or was it just you thought about it?
So I might get Michael to come in here, but so the clock stops over the Christmas period for the RMA, right? But the reality is we've got to think about all the participants in the hearing, including the public and the applicants and all their legal and expert advice and all of their advisors, as well as the public, right? So, you know, it's really important under the policy that we follow, the hearings policy, that as soon as we are in a position with everything in a row to get a decision made to enable that certainty to occur. So that's the urgency. Space. Otherwise, we'd be at this meeting asking for that decision.
And getting the same result.
Yeah.
That's exactly correct. So, through the chair, CE Maris has outlined the process perfectly. My team are processing multiple product plan changes, as we know. And if we had waited until this council meeting for this decision, it would have been another 3 months down the track until we're actually having a hearing. And this decision is only to appoint commissioners to hold the hearing. It's a procedural decision, and that's all. And, you know, our team are working really hard to actually get through all the work we have to do. And it was a procedural decision, and that's what it is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Day. Are there any further questions? Okay, we will move to the mover's statement. Thank you, Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the motion speaks for itself, and as I see from the record of the decision to make this delegation, that I actually moved that motion too. And I'm really happy that the decision that we're noting, and that's all we're doing is noting, is one that was properly made in accordance with the delegation given by council in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Yes, look, I concur with Councillor Vincent. That was procedural. It's all been followed. There's nothing more to it than what is actually here. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm not happy because I think we have to promise some transparency and anything which blows the mind of people. We had the history where I did mention in the past, the mayor has conflict of interest and it'll go at a rocket speed, and that's what is happening. So I think in terms of transparency, we should actually look for independent counsels than anyone involved in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nair. Does anyone else wish to speak to this motion? Councillor Penny, all right.
Well, I've already signalled it, haven't I? I don't agree that the delegation was used in an appropriate manner, given the conflict of interest. I don't believe that something that's urgent and that something that's urgent that needs to be a decision that needs to be made by the mayor, but he's unavailable, can then turn into a decision that he makes to delegate because he's conflicted. It just lacks transparency, and it just seems like yes, maybe we would have got the same result had we been sitting here today, but processes are there for a reason, and I don't think that we can just bypass around. It looks like the decision was made according to the signatures at the beginning of December. And so if it was so urgent in December, right after we had our meeting, why was it not brought to the council table for a decision when we had our December meeting? Why was it that it was people waited until afterward, after the meeting, and then used the delegation to be signed off by two others without the mayor, who was conflicted? I don't know, it just smells fishy to me. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Councillor Penny or anyone else wish to speak? No, excellent. All right, well, we will put this.
I get a final right of.
If you'd like one, yes.
Oh, well, I suppose I'll put my statement in the form of questions. Basically, the delegation was any two of either the mayor or deputy.
Councillor Penny, all right, when Councillor Vincent is making his right of reply statement, could you please not speak?
Questions.
Thank you.
I'm yet to make a statement. Yet to put a question. It was agreed that any two of either the mayor or the deputy mayor and Councillor Lambeth were able to make decisions on behalf of the council on matters that were not major. This is a procedural matter, as Michael Day has pointed out. So, firstly, was the deputy mayor one of the participants? I'll answer my question.
Okay.
That was a rhetorical question.
Point of order has been raised. What is your point of order, Councillor Penny? All right.
Question and statement time.
Overruled. Councillor Vincent is perfectly entitled to ask rhetorical questions whilst he is making a statement. Carry on, Councillor Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you. So was the deputy mayor one of the delegatees? Yes, he was. Was Councillor Lambert one of the delegatees? Yes, he was. Were they the two who made the delegated decision? Yes, they were. To me, that is the end of the story.
Thank you. The purpose of the motion. What was the purpose?
Okay, we have moved beyond the point of question.
Another question.
And we are now going to, thank you, Councillor Vincent, we are now going to put the motion to note of this decision. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against?
Against.
Motion carried. Thank you.
Can it be noted, please? Division.
Councillor Naya wants to note his vote.
Division.
You want to call the division now? Yes, that division has been called. Thank you, Alana.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Aye.
Councillor Lambeth.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Larson.
For.
Councillor Nair.
Against.
Councillor Pennyora.
Against.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Williams.
For.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
For.
Carried.
Thank you.
Mr Chair, you have to confirm with the mayor that he's coming in for the next item. So
Thank you.
You said 5.3 and 5.4.
5.4 wasn't it?
I think.
It's just not in the water.
Let's do this. Yeah. Of course.
So we continue. Next on our item on our agenda is 5.5. 5.4.
5.4.
5.4. Sorry. Which is Atamaki ki te hiku initial funding. One. Okay. Can I have a move for that, please? Councillor Nair, seconder.
Seconder.
Thank you. And Nama will present this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a procedural matter for noting. You would recall on the 1st of February, the Department of Internal Affairs representatives came and presented to Council the funding and pricing plan and the asset management plan. We had till the 29th of November to make any submissions. It was under delegation to the Mayor and Councillor Howard and the Chief Executive to sign off our submission, which is attached to the attachments. Just in sort of high level, it's a bit of a shame that we're not proceeding down this path now, because it would have been substantive improvements to our capital asset base, but also some efficiencies back to our customers from a price path. So the legislation has now gone through and repealed the Three Waters legislations. There is a new local water done well that the government is looking at. No details at this stage, but largely this report sits with the Department of Internal Affairs. We are using some of the information that we presented, so it's not wasted, particularly when it comes to the 3-year and the 10-year capital investment that we've put forward. Taking questions.
Any questions, Councillor Nair?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just concerned that this letter is dated from the Minister October 13th. That is before the day of election. This is from the previous government.
That's right. It's from the Department of Internal Affairs, Chief Executive.
I guess the idea is we did a lot of effort to find out which capital investment we can use all those things for our LTP. Is that the plan?
Correct. Yeah, and we have. We've put forward back in this January information from that into the LTP. We've had to trim it back as a result of the conversations that we've had through the various LTP meetings. But we are using that information.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, you can stand down. Mover's statement, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think no exercise is ever wasted. We found out what we want to do, and I think there is hope we can do most of it even with the new government. So still looking positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Panagora.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the legislation's been repealed, and we'll just have to wait and see what it's replaced by, if anything.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, Movers right to reply, Councillor Nair.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Okay, next on the agenda is 5.5, the performance measures October to December 2023. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Nair, seconder. I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time covering this. I assume you've all read it. Take questions at the end as well. 49, so this covers the period October to December last year. 49 measures are achieved, 7 were amber and 7 were red. There is commentary around those, all those measures in the report for you to digest and read. There's a couple I'd like to make comment on though, I think, and if we refer to the parks and maintenance one, which is 7.3. Time to get there. What I'd like to sort of say at this point in the parks, obviously we were reflecting definitely the feedback from the council in the need to dedicate resource to parks. We're looking through that as part of the LTP. We've reported that to you already. But there's a strong focus also on our contractor at this stage as well, and we need to really improve performance in that space with our contractor. So that's a strong focus for us there. The other thing I'd like to point out is on page 32 of the actual measures. So I'll get there myself too. And specifically talking about building consent satisfaction sitting at 49% with a target of 80%. I just want to sort of remind you that's a really small sample survey of 8 answers to that to people that have used the service. What we did as a result of improving our operations in the space, we surveyed all our customers that have used that service and reported that through the Economic Development Committee, I think last week or the week before. And we got 60 surveys received, 87% were satisfied with the processing and 100% were satisfied with the actual inspections. Now, I say that because the LTP is a blunt measure. It's something that's set 3 years in advance. And as part of your new focus here at Council, we've done that survey separately, so it presents a different picture for you as well. Looking at 9.2, which is building consents within 20 days, it's 133 of 135, so it's just a miss of 2, which isn't too bad. And code of compliances within 20 days is 138 of 139. On page 34 and 9.12, it talks about noise call-outs within 30 minutes. We've mentioned this to you before. This is an unrealistic measure on us. We just literally struggle to get people across our district in a noise call-out within 30 minutes. So we are adjusting that through this LTP because that's our only opportunity to do so. So just want to make that point. I mentioned that to you previously. And around dog attacks and wandering stock on page 35, you'll see that we've done 16 of 18, 10 of 12 and 5 of 5 in those relevant months and met that time frame, which is within an hour, which is probably a more realistic time frame, given it's the same team. The other thing that I want to point out is the capital program. So we've been reporting to you consistently in the LTP and the capital delivery and our progress with that and why. As we focus on recovery. So that's probably a common theme throughout as well. Now, if you do have any further questions, the executive team staff are here, so put the questions now. Mr. Mayor.
Okay, question asked now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The 2 questions. First question, is the questions designed by you?
So the questions for the LTP, so the measures you mean?
Yeah, there were those questions and wastewater questions and.
Yeah, so some of them are statutory and we're required to report on those measures.
Yeah.
And some of them are set by council through the LTP. So the previous council in that LTP cycle set those measures.
So the second question is the answers to the questions.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the capital projects, you give it in orange or something not achieved. Why not red? Because it's not only Ruawai, which you did not achieve. There are heaps of list of projects, capital projects. They should have been red. So who ranks it?
So the team do that. We're still only partway through the year. We've been quite honest about that capital works program and the delivery where we're at with you. We've covered this off many times with council. The team are working really, really hard and to try and ensure that we continue with the capital program. I believe we're forecasting something like 17 million carry forwards for this year, which is significantly less than last year. But we are working really hard to deliver the program in the next few months.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No other questions?
If I may.
Oh, yes, where you go.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Point 8.4, Lagoima requests. Do we get to know, or is there a summary of what all the Lagoimas were for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Lagoima, we publish all our Lagoima requests and their answers on our website. So they're there for anybody to see.
Thanks.
Yeah, the questions are right. Let's go to the mover's statement, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think quarterly performance management is a good tool. It's also important to ensure that what we ask is what we need to have answers for. And I think we should continuously working on improving the questions. And if I may say, ask the question, how are our roads doing? It will be always be red. How all the other services, I mean, it's well and good to say that we have service requests met, which is for dogs and for noise. But I guess all of us are committed to delivering more real service to the constituent, which is roads, rate, rubbish. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I'm not going to make any comment. Anyone else would like to speak? Okay, movers right to reply, Councillor Nair.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's carried. Okay, next on our agenda is item 5.6. Exceptions report. Can I have a mover for that, please? I'll move it.
I can say.
Councillor Lambeth.
Good.
Okay.
It's me, I think.
That's you again.
Before I just introduce GC to talk to the financials, just obviously we've had a bit of a break. The last December meeting, we didn't report the exceptions report, so this includes that data as well. And of course, January too. So I'll just hand over to GC, who's in the room, who's going to take you through the financials first. And perhaps, Mr. Mayor, after she's finished, do the financial questions before moving to the other question.
Let her finish before we clap the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, GC.
Everybody. Good afternoon. So in regards to our financial results as at 31 January 2024, we can see our income is materially where it should be, though most costs are tracking over budget. This is largely driven by roading infrastructure, R&M costs and roading emergency work repair costs. Our employee costs are still tracking well under budget, but that's due to staff vacancies. And we have made an effort to lower our budget expectations for the upcoming LTP in this area. We're also accounting for our depreciation differently, which is why it's showing as over budget. So we're trying to make this cost more accurately reflect what we think will happen when it becomes year end. It's a little bit difficult to budget depreciation because the assets are not valued until year end and the depreciation cannot be calculated until then. So we're just trying to charge a bit more now so it's not such a shock when we get to our year end annual report. And then we're still tracking well behind on our capital project expenditure, with 17% spent for the first 7 months of the financial year, a spend to date of 13.5 million. The budget here is 78 million, with 29 million being the carried forward from the year before. So we have been focused on recovery work, which does account partly for the reduced spend here. Happy to take questions.
Okay, questions, please. Councillor Nair.
No, he was first, sorry.
Who was first?
It's Larson.
Oh, Councillor Larson. Okay.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, GC. Just around the terminology that you use here in your template on page 2 of the report, we refer to the year ended 31 January 2024. You basically run a 12-month cycling year rather than a quarter or a month at work.
That's a good comment. It probably should read for the year to date as at 31 January. I'll make that change for the next report.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And if you could just go to page 3, please, in the bottom item there where you're referring to contributions. You won't have these answers at your fingertips, I don't believe, but just in terms of the conversation we're having in the long-term plan about how we find ways of making projects work by possibly dipping into some of our jam jars, could we have come back to us, please, outside of this meeting, for each of the catchments in the reserve contributions area, how much each of the catchments has that's not been committed to anything, and how much has come in this last period? Because I see there in the second bullet point, noted that we're ahead of budget there by quite a significant amount. It'd be really useful for us to see those figures for Dargaville, Kaiwaka and Mangawhai catchments there, and for that matter, all the catchments, just so we know what we've actually collected and still have available. If we could have that, please, for the reserve contributions, but also for the roading financial contributions, that would be really useful. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question going back to the capital works, capital expenditure, and then 13 million completed. I mean, we've had chats during the LTP about the concerns on this and the implications moving forward. Is it just a timing factor of this reporting, or is it an actual factor, I guess, of work just not having been completed, or is there going to be a catch-up, say, in February, i.e. is it an accounting sort of process that we're just catching up, and that true figure may well be reflected in totally different light come the February report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could hand over to Anand. Sorry, Jesse, do you mind if I just take this one? Look, you know, as I said, previous item, we're forecasting $17 million worth of carry forwards. The team are working really hard to deliver the CapEx program. I will reflect that there was a resource issue with a couple of resignations that we had to deal with as well, which obviously makes it quite difficult to deliver what we need to. And I will hand over to Anand now as well. And if you wouldn't mind, just maybe get up front close to the microphone, that'd be good. Thanks, man. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, nothing more to reiterate other than what CE Maris has said. The challenge has been just staffing at our end, but also resources from the external market. We've had one roading tender, significant tender with no tenderers. So we are facing some resourcing issues in the market as well. Our anticipation is that with the approval that we got in December for a multitude of projects, that they are now in flight in terms of design, and we want to make the most of the remaining financial year to get as much work as we can in the ground. In light of the carryover, 17 million, we are looking at, we're taking a hard look at first year of our capital spend in the LTP, because what we don't want to do is have this bow wave continue. So the LTP that we presented, we will represent that on the 6th, and we may well do some further refinement to that number, just to make sure that get the backlog out, prepare for year 2, and make sure we don't have any carryovers as a result of a good spend going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick query on repair and maintenance. That's page 4, I think. I think my question is to you. It says 6 million. We are 6 million negative. Like we spent more on repair and maintenance due to Cyclone Gabriel. But I thought this money could have been recovered from the funding we got from the government, or is it over and above that? Because 6 million is a lot of figure. Tell me any major spend on repair and maintenance.
Sure, I'll just let Jesse maybe come in here in terms of whether we do recovery as part of the reporting.
Yeah.
Yes, so we do receive, well, we have received 100% funding for the emergency works R&M, and that is shown in our income side. The emergency works that's sitting in that R&M is about 3 million. So we're still 3 million over in other roading and other infrastructure repairs as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? Okay. Thank you for that presentation. I have no further comments. Councillor Lambeth.
No, I've got nothing further. It's all there in black and white.
The other elected members wish to speak. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. It certainly makes you feel rich, doesn't it, when you see the numbers, the amount of work we've got in front of us in the next 4 months. 64 million minus 17 million, 47 million divided by 4 is nearly $12 million a month to spend. Big work program. Thank you.
Nice.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay. Put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Resolution register, the last item we've got before we move into PEX 5.7. Notes the resolution register update. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder? That's Alana. Thank you, Alana.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might just, I believe there was one question from Councillor Wilson Collins around the electricity line easement, I believe. Is it? Yep. Okay. So the overground route used due to cost and Mercury obviously were consistent the whole way through. The agreement has been signed. Now payment was as per the council resolution, which was 100 for an amount as well, and 50% paid on signing with the balance agreement on unconditional, okay? And that is also included the annual amount moving forward as well. It is for the 1.8 kilometres in length, and it is still debatable whether or not that project will continue or progress, given the current climate that will be occurred. As far as the other items, there's a lot being reported to you in this one, because it does cover quite a few meetings, but you'll notice that there is a lot being completed as well, so they'll drop off once they're reported. So you should see a fairly reduced resolution just next time as well. I don't believe I've missed any questions, but if I have, please advise.
Councillor Peniora.
Thank you, through the chair. Item 6.2 in relation to Bailey's Beach Storm Event Report. I'm just wondering, so the latest update for February says that it's been delayed due to NTA. Can you talk a little bit more about that, and why can we not just get some local contractors in to do the work if that's what the holdup is?
For you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just get Annan to come forward to answer that one. So Annan is about Bailey's Beach and the update there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's been some staff changes at the NTA. So the key staff that was working on this project has moved into a new role. So I'm in discussions with Calvin around finding another resource, get the project underway. We've obviously got an abatement notice. So yeah, my plan is to have it finished this financial year. We do have some challenges with a particular type of grass that grows to lock the sand in and its availability. In terms of the contractors, we haven't actually landed on who we would exactly use. There is substantive rock armouring, similar to what you see at the entrance, that needs to be done. So somebody with that capability would need to undertake that work.
Thank you. Councillor Noah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one. Good to see for you, Anne. Thank you. Good to see that other thing that happened, the stop banks is doing very well. Just a clarification on the Bailey's Beach. It was February, I think the sandbags were to be removed. And I see now you have made it to 2 months later with toilets. Is that right?
Two separate projects. So the Bailey's Beach, I just responded to Councillor Europe in terms of there is a delay because of change in project manager. So we're just getting a new project manager to take on that work, and it's removing the bags and putting rock armouring to protect the sand dunes. And then the toilet block is underway. So we've ordered the toilet block, and some civil works will start to take place in about a month or two.
Okay.
And the toilet arrives and just sits on top.
I thought both are happening together. Thank you.
So the toilet is in a new location. It's not in the old location. We'll remove the walls of the
old. Not on the hill anymore. Not in sea.
No, it's the opposite of the hall.
Thank you. That's good.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with that report. Seconded statement, councillor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see things are moving better than when we took over. I think we're doing a good job, and so is Mr. Morris. So, yeah, quite happy with it. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Movers right to reply. Yeah, I think Hannah highlighted something there that's an issue for probably every council, but quite often you can have a project, but finding someone to do the work at the right price is not easy. And, you know, that's one of the reasons we have some of the failures we have in roading. Everybody prepares for the best result, and then you get contractors that actually can understand their role, and you get a failure and you have to do it again. So, you know, there's a bit of that going on out there, and yeah, it's a difficult environment, I have to say. Okay, I'm going to move this. All those in favour, please raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Now I need to call a mover to go into publicly excluded. Councillor Lambert, I'll second that.
Can I just so you're aware, Mr. Mayor, you are moving also to include Blair King and Frank Aldridge, who's online, as part of that recommendation. So.
Okay. Good. All right. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Carried. Now I've got to confirm the PEX minutes from the previous.
Chair, can you just- one moment, Kelly just needs to stop the technology, stop recording, stop the live stream.
Okay. Tell me when I